It's a Cape Epic. It's like it can go so wrong.
It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year the cards are freshly shuffled, and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.
Marco Jabir, here we go, stage 4, time to dance one more time here around the Paarl Monument. This could be your day.
Yeah, well, look forward to
Janina, good morning. Tell us, Rosa, hot
Cape
yesterday.
Epic. Welcome to Fairview Wine and Cheese Farm and the race village, once again preparing for a monumental stage. It is stage 4, day 5 of the 2025 Absa Cape Epic. We're halfway through this incredible untamed African mountain bike race, the journey to Lawrenceford Wine Estate on Sunday. 750 teams began with a 26-kilometer prologue in Mirandal on Sunday. 262 kilometers are under the belt. We're not even halfway in terms of distance, but certainly those riders are feeling the effects of some brutal days on the bike. Good morning and welcome to it. Good morning to Benno Willett. How are you feeling after 4 days?
I'm feeling very well, I must say. So much excitement happening out there. Another great stage ahead of us. We most likely had the hottest stage yesterday. Everyone made it through, and today another spectacular stage in front of us with lots and lots of single track to come.
Really looking forward to the racing today. Now, just a notice about what happened yesterday. Extreme heat did see the race stopped at 2:36 in the afternoon, and as a result, riders who passed water point 3 but did not finish received an additional 80 minutes to their water point 3 time and could proceed to the finish. Riders who got to Ridgeback but with no further splits received an additional 3.5 hours to their Ridgeback time, the time they reached that point. And then they could continue today. And those who withdrew before that time, in other words, of their own volition, they are now out of the race, the official race. So brutal stage 3, some numerous riders pulling out as a result of those conditions. But at the sharp end of the race, the racing is white hot, because there's just 43 seconds between the top 2 teams in this race. The superb Scott Stram MTB Racing pair of Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, and yesterday's stage winners Willia Vittoria, Luca Braido and Simone Avadetto. Just 43 seconds separating those 2 teams as they head out on today's stage. 80 kilometers. It's going to be fast and furious with, as Benno has said, a single track laden day, as it was yesterday, as they explore more and more of these Paarl trails, Hero Legacy trails around the Drakenstein municipality, on a day that is likely to be a lot less hot than it was yesterday. More forgiving today, by all accounts. It certainly won't be, I think, getting into those mid-40 degree temperatures today. So 30 seconds to the start of our elite men. Schurter and Colombo defending those yellow jerseys. Alongside them in the red, what a day they had on stage 3. Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier, the Absa African jersey wearers, in 3rd place overall, 9 minutes and 49 seconds down. 10 seconds to the off of stage number 4 here at Fairview. The gun for the start of stage 4 of the 21st Absa Cape Epic, and they power off the line. It's bumpy and grassy, but everyone trying to get traction and get into that corner first. And the red jersey is already quite prominent there. I did notice the Belgian champions jersey there as well. Dust is again a feature today, and it is going to be fast and furious, particularly the first sort of 10 kilometers, Benno.
Yeah, the first 10 kilometers are quite flat, but a lot of single track, a lot of left rides. You want to position yourself in a good spot. Again, everyone is so close together. From the heat yesterday, it's still going to be dusty. It's going to be slippery in those corners. You want to make sure that your partner is nearby. You're not going to lose yourself out of eye. And it's going to be, yeah, from the get-go, you can see like they going off high speed into some flat sections, but then there's a lot of 90-degree corners where you come down, turn left, turn right, and it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be like a elastic band going up and down.
And you want to be, as is where Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert are here, Wout Alleman and those guys on the front, because those corners come sharply. There's dust, there's sand, there's soft sand. You can get caught up in that, and the next thing you sit, you either sit on your backside or you have stopped dead in that sand. Look at Mark Pritson on the right there, trying to make up ground there.
Yeah, you see the loose sand there in the corner or on the side, and it comes up so quickly, especially when you sit in the cloud. You don't know exactly where the best line is. So the farther forward you are, the more you have vision, the more choices you can make. So definitely important to be right there at the front.
So our race village, it is all about recovery after yesterday's day. Yes, the elite men and women started earlier than the amateurs, so they perhaps escaped the real heat of the day, but still it was very, very warm as they all came in here, and they are going at the very highest intensity. So this is how it all unfolds. Schertra Colombo, 43 seconds. What a race we've got on our hands here. The debutantes, Avendetto and Braido from Italy, are making a huge splash here. Already 2 stage wins to their name. What a day for Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia yesterday. Very nearly won the stage. They had a bold attempt. They came charging through in the last couple of kilometers, but couldn't quite sustain the pace. Poro and Stutzman continue to improve. Clementizia Orbea, they moved up 5 places yesterday after a really good stage. Topado, Singer, Fabian Ravensteiner, Marco and Steve John are going well. And Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek took the King of the Mountains yesterday, the Buff Mega pair. They're getting stronger as well as the week progresses. Very good day for Mark Pritson and Wessel Boerter, the second team in the red jersey, the race for the red jersey, moved up 4 places yesterday. Not so good for the Lucas Baumgau-Gega combination. Orbea Lead Speed Company lost big time yesterday. 5 places they dropped in the general classification standings. And BH Colombo lost time as well. Matthew Beers and Keegan Swenson, 23 minutes down. Outright Toyota, the biggest losers on yesterday's stage. They dropped 6 places yesterday, and they are in there fighting for survival and perhaps stage wins later on in the race. You cannot think that the 23 minutes can be made up over the next 4 days, but it is a strange old race, this. They are alongside the main artery that runs from Cape Town all the way up to the top of the country at Polokwane. The national road, the N1, is right alongside them here, and they are heading away from the sun for the time being, and perfect illustration of the conditions they've got there. And as a result, you can see sort of there's a bit of space here. Riders are prepared to give a bit of space because they know how treacherous it can be here.
Yeah, definitely everyone is trying to get to the front here. It's a big pile. Like, can you imagine riding there in like 20 or farther down position that you can't see anything, and then also your lungs, they pick up all this stuff, and it's not going to be good for you. Again, it stretches out. You try to find the fastest line, stay out of trouble, and this is going to be for at least the first 10 kilometers. It's all the same thing.
It is indeed so. We have a look at the second group on the start line. It is the elite amateur men who will be going out there, and the Xaro jerseys on the shoulders of Leandro Jordan and Damon Tablanche. The white jerseys, the leaders in the amateur men, Avelo Racing, Marcus Nicolai and Lucas Koller. They've got 25 minutes on fellow Germans, Niklas Ranke and Hans-Jürgen Jurczek. So the racing on there, the blue jerseys are in there, our Masters and Grandmaster leaders as well. The Masters leaders are Pavel Gonda and Tobias Luthi. They have a 440 on Craig Uriah and Charlie McFall. And our Grandmasters leaders, Ibon Zugasti and Kara Argad in maroon, those Mulberry jerseys. They're 26 minutes ahead of Rob Sim and Udo Bolts. Racing here is also going to be red hot, as it has been throughout this race. The sharp end of all these categories, really, really competitive, and you wouldn't want it any other way today. You mentioned the dust, Benno, and you've been in the belly of the beast, so to speak, with these teams at the end of days like this. What do the riders do? I mean, is there anything they can do to try and mitigate the effects of having the dust in their lungs?
Yeah, no, it's also part of the recovery. So as soon as they get back to their accommodation, you try to have the nebulizer on your face. It's just like clearing out your nose, your lungs, all of those things. And also just some nose sprays, just some salty water. Sometimes it helps just to get it all out, and you have to do it every single day. Like you cannot underestimate it. And if you start it too late, it's also for infections and all those kind of things. So you really need to do that from the first day onwards to kind of like get the best benefits from it.
So the elite men's batch here, this is one of those turns here, just taken with a degree of caution. Sandy and loose it is. Everyone getting around there safely, and this bunch still all together. The yellow jerseys are positioned quite far back in that bunch there. The red jerseys are prominent there. The Belgian jerseys there. I think I can see the German champions jersey there. Andreas Servold, very much. So, yeah, I mean, today you could see some of those teams that are way off the pace having a dip at a stage win here. This is getting to that stage of the race where, you know what, we're not going to win the GC, but we're 25-30 minutes down. Let's have a go at winning a stage.
Yeah, definitely. Those teams, they know getting into the GC classification, getting onto the podium there, it's not possible or very rare that you can make up anything more than 10 to 20 minutes. It's you want to go for the stage win. I think in Buko, Marco and Tristan, they got the confirmation yesterday that they actually belong next to Nino or next to Filippo. They really know that they have what it takes to give those guys a go. And I do believe that those guys today, they have a good game plan. They know the area very, very well. So I wouldn't be surprised that those guys are going to make it back onto the podium again. Maybe their tactics is a little bit better than yesterday. They got so close to the finish. I mean, 3 kilometers before the finish, they did try to get away. But again, sprinting out on Nina Schurter or Luca Braidot is not an easy target, and definitely not for 3 kilometers. So anyway, they rode so well yesterday. I expect a lot from them today. Nino, Filippo, they're going to keep the bunch in around them. Of course, Luca and Simone, they're the biggest competitors with only 43 seconds behind. So that's nothing. That is like, wrong position in the bunch or a small little mechanical, and that lead is out the window quite quickly. So that's definitely the ones they watch the most. And then, there's the other teams, like you mentioned, the ones that haven't been in front of the race, they haven't been on camera, whatever it is, they want to win. Everyone wants to win a stage here at the Absa Cape Epic. That is, one of the biggest goals for, I would say, almost half of the field here.
Absolutely. You want to get onto the podium at some stage during the week here, make your trip worthwhile. Our Bear-led Speed Company lost big time yesterday. We know that's how they ride. They go all out there. Yeah, I mean, and the efforts of yesterday would have had an effect on all of these riders. So some might be saying, you know what, today 80 Ks, let's just get through today, keep it safe, keep it sound. We've got the Queen stage tomorrow and 2 big stages at Lawrenceford. Plenty of time to chase and defend our GC positions. Talking about defending general classification positions, our Aramex UCI women's group about to depart, and the race leaders in those orange jerseys. The big talking point will be Annika Langfeld, who had a nasty fall. She had one light fall and then really one quite heavy fall on the berm on the top of the mountain there, and how she's recovered here today.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how she recovered from that yesterday, not just physically, also mentally. Again, we're going into a lot of single tracks, the same stuff as we saw yesterday. She was struggling a little bit with loose front end, wiping out, and it is tricky. It is, again, lots of powder on the trails, lots of single tracks. In the morning, the sun is going to come out. It's a bit more overcast than it was yesterday, but you do have to stay very, very careful out there. And also the other teams, they saw that that's maybe some sections where they can make time. The sprints for the single tracks today will be very, very feisty again. I can see that coming up quite early in the race, and then yeah, again the physical part. See how she recovered from that crash.
Yeah, nasty fall on her right side from the top of a berm, and well, she dug deep, and she is incredibly strong and determined, and riding off no problem at the moment with Sofia Gomez-Villafañe, the Toyota Specialized team. They have a 13-minute and 59-second lead over Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada. Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, Annika Langveld in a post-stage interview did admit to being rusty. She said it's one of the hardest stages she's had on the Absa Cape Epic, certainly the hardest this year. And she said, yeah, I've not ridden my mountain bike too much over the last 5 years, so I'm getting back into it, and the technical stuff is going to take a while to settle into. They're rolling off now. The big winners yesterday in the women's race, two teams, Haley Breen and Bianca Horf, Titan Racing, SC Honeycomb, onto the podium yesterday and onto the general classification podium as well. Another fantastic day by this combination of young South Africans. And Topara Kende FSA women, Katarzyna Sosna-Pinele and Claudia Peretti find themselves 39 minutes down. But Lossa and Skada, 14 minutes, give or take a second. And they hung with Langveld and Gomez-Villafañe yesterday, perhaps sensing or thinking or hoping that there might be a chink in the armor of the Toyota Specialized team, but it didn't prove that way. And so they are going to have to find other ways of trying to get the better of this pair, and a stage win for them would do an enormous amount for them. Here we go to the men, and they've been going through Landskron and Fynbos. These are lovely farms in this part of the world. Dry it is. This is the time of year. It is hot and dry in the Western Cape at this time of year. Vrymansfontein is waiting. They've, these are some fallow lands here, but harvest is over in these parts. Oh, yes, this is exactly what we've been talking about. Thick, heavy sand, and your front wheel digs in.
Well, it looks like, who was it? Georg. Georg went off the bike. Yeah, he had to, push through the sand, get back on the bike again, and then it spread it out. Yeah, it's so quick. Like, I mean, it's a flat road. You wouldn't think that you're gonna come to a dead end, to a stop here.
Someone stopped down below here, just
actually
very
mechanical.
quickly.
Yeah, maybe chain came off, something in the drivetrain. But yeah, those are the moments. If you're not in the right position and getting back to the front, maybe your partner made it through. He doesn't even know he is in the front group. You in the back there, catching up again to not let them go. It's a lot of effort.
Well, going to the front, as we saw him yesterday, Michael Foster of Pyga Eurosteel, and he's looking over his shoulder, and his teammate Peter du Toit, in that familiar style, is two riders back, just behind the wheel of Tristan Norkier. So the South Africans, emboldened by generally a good day yesterday by all the South Africans. I think the only team that didn't have a good day amongst the South Africans were Pyga Eurosteel. So they want to make amends with that. They've got Michael Foster, Peter du Toit, and Philip Bass, who's the man on the left-hand side there, and Jaden Turler. He's looking for Jaden at the moment, and well, best he does, because yesterday he lost him. We saw him on the top of the switchback, waiting for him. Not the situation you want to have at the sharp end of the race so early on.
No, definitely you can see that one South African team does well, the second does well. It creates such a dynamic within the South African teams as well. So everyone wants to get a glimpse from those guys at the front. They really try everything, and they also know they are the locals here. They know the trails very well. They want to give those international people a little bit of a go. And it creates such a cool dynamic, and it's good to see the South Africans team doing so well, being able to compete against the world best international riders here.
Absolutely fantastic. Just looking at the UCI women now and the Aramix women's race. So one team has also made good, steady progress up the leaderboard. Hayley Smith from Canada and Ella Bloor from Australia. The MAP team moved up 2 positions yesterday. The one team that aren't in the race this morning, unfortunately, the E4 team. There's Bianca Hoare. Really a remarkable return to racing. She stopped racing in 2018, believe it or not, and started again a bit middle of last year, and here she is mixing it with the very best in the business. But yeah, unfortunately, no Margot Muschietti and Samara Shepherd, who had a nasty fall yesterday. If you were with us in our coverage yesterday, and she's fractured her wrist, so out of the race.
Yeah, unfortunately, we actually saw it. We caught it right there on the bike, on the e-bike, was right there. Unfortunately, yeah, same thing. She wiped out. Unfortunately, not in a soft, sandy area. It was right in between the trees. She just put her hand down and hit the root that was there from the trees, and yeah, must have been one of the small bones in your hand, in your wrist, and then it's so painful. It's one of the most painful cracks that you can have, and there's nothing you can do.
Isn't that just you know, the vagaries of your physical state and mountain biking? Because she might not have fallen nearly as hard as Annika Langveld. And yet Annika was able to get up and carry on riding and win the stage. Samara Shepherd, sadly, a fall and just in the wrong position, hits the wrong rock or root, and she's out the race.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of sections you can fall and nothing is going to happen. It's really just the sand or the dust that you hit. But yeah.
And the other thing, if you've injured your ribs, or so, you can carry on, you can ride, it's going to be sore. Yeah. You cannot do anything with a broken hand or wrist. You cannot hold your handlebars.
No, it's impossible. It's so rough. Like even this road, like it looks all smooth on TV, but this suspension is going through a lot of bumps and little bumps, and then again the sandy stuff that you have in there. So it's a rough ride. Like it is fast. It looks fast, but it's definitely not a smooth ride.
Well, in fact, I think we can hear from Samara Shepherd, who was chatting to Max Kerr on the start line today.
Tell us about yesterday. We saw a crash on the district road. What happened on that downhill?
Yeah, it was a bit a stupid crash from me. I crashed already on stage 2 and I have quite a painful rib. So yesterday I wanted to avoid a jump there, and I go left in high speed on this slippery downhill, and my front wheel just slipped away.
You're 4 stages in, the big 4 stages to come. How are you and Rosa doing? Are you still loving it so much?
Yeah, we try to enjoy. The last 2 days were not so my days. I struggled quite a lot, but we said we need to enjoy it here. It's amazing, and hopefully my body starts working again and we can push a bit.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
That not, of course, Samara Shepherd, Janine de Verst, who had a crash, one of many who had a crash yesterday, and she survived, and that's exactly what we're talking about. She hurt her ribs, a bit sore today, but she's able to carry on there. She and Rosa van Doorn held their position in 5th place yesterday. They're 41 minutes down behind the Toyota Specialized team. So they're growing into the race as debutantes here, feeling their way in and learning how to ride this race, which is key.
It's key, and I think yeah, sometimes you also see that someone having a bad day and then the next day they flying, because the body just needs that extra bit of rest from one day to the other. So I have high hopes that those 2 girls find each other again, and will find the excitement of it. It's a lot of single tracks. They're very good at that, and then hopefully also find themselves at the front group of this race.
So how are you feeling? You're standing on the start line after 4 days. This is day 5. This batch, this is very high up in the field still. So remember, the last batch will leave at 8:15 South African time. That's in just under an hour, in 55 minutes time. So those riders will be feeling the effects of yesterday's ride, bearing in mind that some of them would have been taken off the course, helped off the course by the race organization, who once they called the race off at 2:36 sent as many vehicles as they could up into the mountains. Benno was one of them to help riders off there. Torrid up there, it was hectic.
It was hectic, but so well organized. Hats off to the organization to make the call, and then how quick everybody got back. Like, everyone was safe. Like, I had 4 of the guys in my car. I think that was the most dangerous part of the Cape Epic for them, being in the car with me. No, we enjoyed the gravel road coming down, definitely. No, but you could see the guys. Of course, you kind of like bummed for not finishing the stage, but at the same time, like we said earlier in the day, safety is the highest priority out of all. Like, you need to make sure that everyone is safe, and at some stage you need to make the call. And again, everyone got down safe. The tent in the evening was full of people again, reflecting on what just happened. Of course, some of them, they had like 5-10 liters of water once they got to water, and it was a tough day out there. But yeah, we all know it's the Absa Cape Epic, and
Yep.
they're all back again. They're all back again in the race today. They were all looking forward again, and yeah, yesterday was yesterday. Today's a new stage, and you go in there and you enjoy more and more of those single tracks.
Just gone past the dam there, nicknamed Sandy's Party. Legend has it that a Paarl Trails crew were doing some work along there, and they came across 2 tourists who got a bit carried away, and were enjoying the views and having some fun, and so they ran off into the bushes, left some clothes behind, and they were returned to them. Anyway, farmlands it is, all these beautiful farmlands. They have been harvested, so there's roads have been used by the trucks, the tractors, the buckies that do their business here. So there'll be ruts, there'll be loose sandy areas, there'll be a really hard line, perhaps some of them, and they'll all be fighting to stay on that hard line. So what's the thoughts, feelings and emotions of these elite men ahead of today's stage as they are going around inside the first 10 kilometers? Let's hear from some of the main protagonists before they started today.
Jabir, here we go, stage 4, time to dance. One more time here around the Paarl Monument. This could be your day.
Yeah, well, look for opportunity today. But yeah, I think today is also a day to manage yourself again.
As you said, manage yourself. It can get to a stage where there's those split seconds where those decisions are so important. You guys were so good yesterday in watching the moves all the time.
Yeah, I think staying cool-headed is important in this race. Also not looking for the race, but just riding it.
We've got a couple of similar scenarios to yesterday. Munich said the shorter the stage, the tougher it is.
Yeah, I know it's going to be flat out. I can see there's a couple of teams earlier on the rollers here. Tristan's doing some sprints, so go time.
Let's go, good luck. Nina, we were just having a little laugh here. It's so nice to be a bit cooler, isn't it?
It's not much cooler. It was a hot night. It was already 26 degrees, the car said, so it's going to be hot again, I think so. We have a bit of clouds, but let's see, it's going to be a hot one again.
We're going to the second half of the racing now. 43 seconds, 44 seconds on the GC for you. How important is that first 10 kilometers today?
Yeah, it's a bit of a flatter bit, and I don't know how much trail it will be. So I think it's going to be a bit hectic to find a bit the place, but I don't expect any big things.
It's the home playground of the 2 South Africans, Marco Jabir and Tristan Orkier. They know these mountains backwards. If today is the day to do something, you probably got to be quite sharp to watch them today on some of the moves.
Yeah, for sure. It's always good to follow them. Already yesterday, you could see they know the trails really well, and yeah, if you get a wheel from one of them, it's pretty good. But yeah, they are in the overall almost 10 minutes back, so we are not so afraid about them. We want to make sure, hopefully we can gain a bit of time in the GC, or yeah, let's see.
A message to all the Scotch Ram fans out there today?
Yeah, thanks for the great support. It's insane. having all the support out here. It's really cool to race, and we enjoy it.
Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Lucas, we go into stage 4. We know the power, we know the dedication, we know the hunger behind Leotobia Speed Company. Stage wins on the cards now.
That's a lot of pressure now from you, but yeah, we have to see. I think with the 50 minutes gap we got yesterday to GC, I think it's definitely hard for us to come back. We have to be patient. I think today with a backloaded stage, making a move right from the start, right in the beginning, is maybe a bit too risky because everyone is still too fresh. So and experience showed that after 2.5 hours, teams are getting tired, and I think it's worth taking a risk or worth taking a shot on the stage win. If we can, of course, we take it. We take the chance, but yeah, after this stage, we have to decide whether to go for the GC or maybe for a stage win.
We talk about racecraft. We talk about understanding when to go, when to move, how to move. It's difficult when you're racing against cross-country specialists, marathon specialists. You know, you're trying to find your mix. Racecraft becomes it comes from experience, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all of us, I think I can include all of riders here, are racing for years and years and years. And you just get that instinct and that feeling from just racing season after season. And even within the race, you have new competitors around you, but you get an understanding of how they look on the bike. Is it worth attacking now? Do they look tired? So yeah, it's nothing you're born with. I think there's an instinct you're born with, but experience is the key.
Good luck to your guild today. Let's find the magic.
Thank you.
Interesting thoughts there from Lucas Baum and a few others. Nino Schurter, like Nino saying you're not worried about the red jerseys. Their focus is the Italian pair of Luca Braido and Simone Avendetta, and so it should be. 43 seconds is that advantage there, so they'll be keeping a watchful eye on them. Lucas saying maybe after today they'll have to reassess and then maybe go for stage wins. They're not, in other words, completely ruling out the not yet the GC, but maybe after today with 3 days to go they may have to.
Yeah, I haven't seen them being very synced over the last couple of days. There was always one of them stronger than the other. They rotated around also in the time trial, but I didn't see them to work together as a unit just yet. There was always a little bit of like disconnection or whatever it is, elastic. Yeah, exactly. So they weren't racing as close together as some of the other teams here. But again, like if they manage to get synced and race as they did before, they always contenders for a stage win.
Absolutely. At the front here, BH Colombo and Matt Beers now has gone to the front with the 2 red jerseys behind him. Matt and Keegan Swenson in here somewhere.
I hope so. Definitely hope so that he's in there as well. Again, you try. Once you know and you realize that the GC is not going to be something easy to achieve, because it's not just adding time to it, you're also running out of time. Like we only have 3 more stages to go from today onwards. So you're running out of time. So you're going to try anything and everything possible, and you want to give it a shot. See, you go until you blow, right? That's sometimes the only way to approach a stage win, perhaps. And we'll see how, and hopefully Keegan is in there, and Matt driving the pace hard at the beginning, hopefully getting into the single track, then he can come down with the pace again. Those guys, they all have their tactics, they all have their game plan, and if you got it right, you get on the podium.
Absolutely. They're going through Vrymansfontein Farm at the moment, one of South Africa's biggest almond orchards here. Dates back to the 17th century, as they are now right alongside the R44, the St. Achterpaal Road, beg your pardon. And Tristan Nokia, all focused there. There's Lucas Baum, yellow jersey there, but Beers, on the front, deciding he's going to take the racing on today is Matt Beers. He knows these trails so well. He won the National Marathon Championship on a course not dissimilar to a combination of the 2 they're riding today. So he knows this very well. And so do the pair behind him. And he's setting quite a wicked tempo for the time being and immediately taking on fuel. They're half an hour into the racing, and Beers taking on fuel for what will be a long day today. 3 hours 20 for the race winning time yesterday for the elite men. Similar, maybe a little bit quicker today. It's perhaps not quite as brutally hard as yesterday, and it's certainly well, here's the hope that it's not going to be quite as hot today as well.
Yeah, but beautiful to see. Like, as soon as Matt is at the front, no one actually tries to go another line or try to get to the front. Like, this guy can put a pace down like no other does. In those flat sections, look at this. Like, he splits out the bunch quite quickly, gets his gel in to make sure he can push this pace for another, most likely 10 kilometers or whatever. But no, it's incredible how strong he can be, and I really hope for Keegan that he is in that front bunch. Otherwise, it's going to be very tough.
Yeah, difficult to see if he's in there. They're riding right into the rising sun now. He looks over his shoulder, Beers, hoping that he's there. You can see him, his mouth open there. He's just trying to take in that gel. Another look. There's the red jerseys, the yellow jerseys. Leert is there. You can just catch a glimpse of the William Victoria team in there, but no sign yet of Keegan Swenson. Well, a hive of activity as the various batches start shuffling forward to the start under that arch and set off on their journey today. Halfway through the race, it's a difficult day this because you look back and yeah, we've done 4 days. You look forward, we've still got another 4 to go. So it does make it quite a psychological battle for all these riders today to try and get over the top. Nicole Weir and Janine Miller there from Bounce. They're the leaders in the Master Women's. They're looking very, very comfortable. Janine on the right-hand side there. There was a hydration packs nice and firm on their shoulders. That is the way to go to hydrate safely and securely all the way through the race here. So this batch heading off in around about 3 minutes time. The batches and our great Grandmaster women is also setting out in here. Jenny Rongren and Martha Kukumur are our race leaders in that category. 1 hour and 41 minutes. They've got over Hannele Steyn and Lisa Tsepek. So there is a name to conjure with. The last lioness, Hannele Steyn. She's still in and still going well with a very strong partner, Lisa Tsepek, Anne Harrison and Jane Seggy also just behind them, 12 minutes behind them in third place in that Grandmaster Women. So you're asking what ages are these categories? Well, of course, the elite men's and women's categories is the professional licenses, the racing men and women. And then the open categories, 19 to 39 without a racing license. So pretty much anyone who's not got a racing license fits into that category. You and your partner, you are racing in the open category. Then the masters category from 40 to 49. That is masters men and women. They're in that racing for the NTT Masters blue jersey. The Grandmasters from 50 to 59. And the great Grandmasters will be going from 60 onwards, anything from there. In fact, our oldest riders were 73, 2 riders from Switzerland riding at the age of 73, and you have to be turning 19 of the year of the race to be able to enter the race at the other end of the scale, the youngest riders.
Yeah, it's impressive to see the back markers, and that's something I love to do. Like, when we stop here with the commentary, I walk around and I see all those people coming back to the finish line. And it's incredible. Like, we're sometimes so pleased and forget like the hassle some others are going through. I mean, we have the one person, the one man in there with the one leg pushing through. It's incredible, like, and then seeing all those faces and pushing so hard and still coming back and having a smile. I must say, they can be so proud, every single person in this race. First for signing up, then pushing through and still having a smile in their face. And it's also the dynamic of this race, right? You always have a partner, wingman, wingwoman on your side. You're not alone. And if the team has an issue, then there's another team next to you. So it's such a great dynamic within this race, and it's very unique where amateurs can race against the pros at the front. You ride the same exact course. You can, yeah, it's just unique, so unique in so many ways.
So away they roll from the start line and head off on their 80-kilometer journey today. Weary legs, but well prepared and well recovered, hopefully, to get through another tough day, but a wonderful day of riding the trails here around Paarl Mountain. They'll be going right into the cauldron again at the top of that mountain. It may cause some PTSD for some of them, because it is a memory of yesterday. That heat yesterday will come roaring back to them, but thankfully today won't be quite as hot for them all here, which is a really good thing. The race organization making a good call yesterday to stop the race at 2:30 yesterday afternoon. So back with our Aramex women's race. Alexis Skada on the front here. Her partner is Vera Losse. They're second overall on the general classification. And Rosa van Doorn, Buff Megamo, just there as well. There is Vera Losse in the dark shorts and multicolored blue shirt and the orange jerseys. Just watching them. That's all they really need to do today, is just keep an eye on their closest rivals, and they are a long way back in terms of the general classification, 14 minutes, but anything can happen, as we saw yesterday with Annika Langveld taking that nasty fall. Fortunately for her, she was all right and able to race on, but it could have been different. The red jerseys are there as well. Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen tucked in just behind the race leaders here, so nicely positioned as they make their way through the early sections here. Quite flat and fast, this first section. So opportunity to open out, stretch the legs and get some kilometers underway. So let's hear from some of those leading women as they prepared for today's stage at the start.
Rosa, hot yesterday. We know that everyone's talked about it. Let's move on to the next stage now. How difficult is that first 10 minutes of the start with just the bunch of women all around you fighting for the single track?
From yesterday, you mean? Yeah, it was all fighting for the victory or for the first single track, but it's important to push your own tempo because it was so hot yesterday, so yeah, take it safe.
We had a chat to Janina. She had a little crash yesterday. She said she's nursing a bit of a rib injury. We go into the big stages now. Today, although only 80 kilometers, we know it's going to be spicy.
Yeah, for sure. I think it will be quite hectic in the beginning, but we push our own tempo and we have still 4 more days, so it'll be nice.
Let's talk a bit about last night. What happened in the camp? What were you talking about? Tactics for the day? How much are you learning from your Buff Megamo team?
Yeah, we learned so much. But yeah, you need to stay positive. Everything can happen in Cape Epic. You can have crashes, material, so just do your own thing.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Bianca, good morning. Third on the GC, starting off 4 days ago. Would you have thought that you'd be right here in this position right now?
No, to be honest, no. it was the plan, but yeah, it feels really cool.
We've chatted to some of the other women today, and that start is quite frenetic, isn't it? Everyone's still fresh, everyone's vying. We've seen a couple of crashes in the first 5Ks. How mental is it? Are the elbows out?
Yeah, I think the chicks will be will be going all out. I'm hoping there's some hierarchy now, but I don't think that's the case ever. So I'm hoping we're in a nice big bunch at the start, can play possum, sit on the wheel, and then hopefully have some legs towards the end.
Any advice from Farmer Glenn today? I see he's here, he's your soigneur, he's your massage therapist. What's going on there? He sees that you are his boss.
Yeah. No, he's overexcited. That guy gets super excited. It's very cool to be on track on his side when we're racing, because you hear him from like 40 k's away. Chickies, how did he get you? Chickies there. Oh shit! Naughty. He's right behind you.
We talk about partnerships, and certainly your dad and Farmer Glenn are hitting it off properly and having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think my dad was very excited for this partnership because of his relationship with Farmer Glenn. And they're very similar, out en route, giving time splits, just appearing in the middle of nowhere like 5 times in about 1 kilometer. So, yeah.
Shout out to the South African public when they see the red jersey today.
Yeah, it's great getting all the support. We get lots of cheers for us, which is really, really cool.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Sophia, good morning. The big question of the day, what are the earrings doing? What have you got there? Talk us through it.
Yeah, today we got milk and cookies. I think I got that right. Yeah, we're going to be out there for a sweet time today, shorter stage and time, 3.5, 340, which it's always nice to go under 4 at the Epic.
Those first 5 to 10 minutes are just chaos, aren't they?
Yeah, well, and then yesterday we started up a harder climb than I imagined. I saw it on the profile, but I didn't realize it was as hard as it actually was, so I regretted not warming up. But today we have about 20K to get sorted. Hopefully not too dusty, just because if it's too twisty and turny, that's when mistakes happen. So yeah, we're looking for a chill stage today.
Yesterday, so much happened. It was just crazy how much went on. A lot of crashing, a lot of changing on GC, moving up and down. Some of the women's teams going right back on the GC. It just shows that anything can happen.
100%, and I think like that's the name of this race. Whenever you least expect it, you get hit hard. And yeah, I think for us, we really just need to watch the bodies, really watch the bikes, and just, you know, we have a nice little buffer on GC, and we just need to get through today and then see how the body responds, and then you're kind of closer and closer to that finish.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thoughts and views of our leading riders in the Aramex women's category as they snake through these wonderful vines on Landskroon and the various farms, Winelands as well, and head out there. So just to contextualize the South Africans in that, those of you who are watching from afar not quite sure what's going on, the two young South Africans, Hayley Preen and Bianca Hall, racing in the red jerseys there. Farmer Glenn is Bianca Hall's father. Glenn Hall, who's done many of these Absa Cape Epics before and an endurance athlete of the highest order. And Mark Preen is Hayley's father, also an endurance athlete, multi-sport athlete, hard as nails, and out there supporting their riders now. So that's how that all fits in. As it is Skada and Lossa who are on the front in the Aramex women's race at the moment, between the vines. They've all been harvested, these vines, so the grapes are in the process of being turned into world-class wines as they turn between the trees here on the sandy tracks. And we saw a little bit earlier, you know, there's stop and starts and twists and turns.
Yeah, it's a huge yo-yo effect that creates when you have a track like this, like when it's flat, left and right, sandy things. It takes one rider to get off, and then the whole bunch behind it gets stuck, and then you have to like make up your way again. We saw Annika earlier. She couldn't get around the corner. She was one of the first ones, couldn't get around the corner, and immediately, like there's a traffic jam immediately afterwards, and then you have to catch up again. Yeah, but yeah, the positioning right now is very important.
Just have a look at what's in store for them today. They are down the bottom of the picture here, Fairview. You can see the start. They're riding around that area. They'll then do a lot of those farmlands, Landskroon, Winelands, and then across the St. Paarl Road, which is the road that runs all the way across to Paarl, across that, and then head for the mountains. So that's when the business end of this race really gets underway. They'll go through the Paarl Monument in the top of your picture there. That's the start of some big climbing, and then into the bowl, the cauldron in the middle here, the Britannia Rock View, beautiful views of the three major rocks that are part of this Paarl Rock. And there is a look at the profile. So the big climb up to the Paarl Monument, it gets pretty spicy up at the top there. And then the cement tracks on the far side of the bowl, and then, well, basically from around about 60 kilometers, you are downhill all the way flying home. But those last few 10, 12 kilometers, again, just weaving in and out of the farmlands and some trails and bike parks. So some work to be done there.
Yeah, definitely. And also it's a long way to the first water point today. It's 41 kilometers all the way to the first water point. So that's also why quite a few of them are starting with a hydro pack today. You saw that again. Yeah,
quite a few got the hydration backpack on their shoulders to ensure that they get to it. And you know, the effects of cumulative effect of multiple days. You've just got to be on your hydration game.
And also yesterday, like, yes, you drink, but your body is not able to absorb. So, yeah, it doesn't help to drink too much at once. So again, to make sure that your body is not getting more and more dehydrated, also today. Not as hot maybe as yesterday, but the hydration is just as important as it was.
With the men there, very briefly, the last images we had were of Matt Beers on the front of that group there, driving a fearsome pace on the front there. What's the idea behind that, Benno? I think you have some insight there.
Yeah, I got some insights from the team manager, from the specialized team manager, Mike Posthumus, and like I said, they all have their game plan. They all know what they need to do to get the best result. And at the moment, Matt is pushing hard at the front to stretch out the group a little bit, testing the conditions of Keegan as well, see if he found his legs, like we said as well. Sometimes you have a couple of bad days, but there will always be one of those good days that you got. And maybe that's what they do. They're testing it right away from the beginning. If Keegan feels well and if he's there into the first single track, then they know they have a chance. From there onwards, that's the next step for their game plan. And it was purely much just Matt driving it hard, getting rid of some of those other athletes, make the group a little bit smaller, and then, yeah, test themselves.
Valero Serrano and Ferreira on the front there for BH Coloma at the moment. So they've gone to the front again. A team who perhaps want to get something out of today. They've sort of had a yo-yoing Absa Cape Epic. Some good days and some not so good days. So the BH Coloma team in 9th place. They dropped a couple of places yesterday. The Spaniard and the Portuguese rider. And so they're into some single trails now and onto the lower slopes of the Paarl Mountain. The climbing begins.
Now the climbing begins. That's where you want to be. You want to be at the front. It's a lot. There's a lot of left and rights and the loose stuff. And again, mistakes are made, and then it just splits up the group. If it happens in the uphills, again, the effort you have to put in to just close the gaps, it's always huge. You do that once, it's one thing. If you have to do that 10 times over one climb, that's going to get you tired at the top. So it's also beautiful to see, like, that's the only place today where you're still going to be a little bit in the shade. You do have the gum trees at the bottom here. The higher up you get, the more exposed you're going to be as well.
I think we can connect with Stefan Sam out there on the Bulls Media e-bike. Stefan, good morning.
Whoa! That was just...
enjoying yourself there. Oh! Crash!
Ooh.
Little... Yeah, Stefan, you didn't see that. You didn't go down. This is steep. This is steep. So, a little crash there for a rider.
I just got caught off guard. I'm with you now.
All right, Stefan, the narrow trails there, the handlebars and the trees are in close proximity, and some roots.
Yes, absolutely, and there's also like little stumps sticking out, and if you're riding like tight behind another rider, you don't see it, and you can catch your handlebar or catch the crank or the pedal, and then you tomahawk like this. That's crazy. Hope he's alright. He's up again and just behind me.
Okay, didn't look too serious. I think it might have been one of the insect science riders going down there. What's the start been like there? We talked about the dust and the loose terrain and fearsome pace set early on. What's it been like, Stefan?
Yeah, to be honest, I just joined the race here at the single track, because otherwise it would have been difficult for me to get into the bunch. But I assume it was fast and dusty. They all looked like they were racing for 3 hours. And it's all lined up, and
you have an idea what it's like to be at this stage of the race and at the sharp end after 4 days in the legs and the body. Some teams have talked conservative tactics today. Others might be chasing the stage win.
yeah, some will might. Yeah, so it was so hard yesterday. A lot of it easy. We have day 5. It's always like a decision day. Everybody's fatigued, and it's not an easy day. We have less climbing than yesterday. It's a little bit cooler, but still cool racing. And I think
enjoying
I
the
have
trails.
to focus a little bit now.
Okay. We'll let Stefan focus a little bit, shall we? Because yep, another casualty. That looks like Mark Pritson. Mark Pritsen's had an issue for Honeycomb 226s. He and Wessel Buerta on the move yesterday. They don't want to lose touch with this lead group now.
No, definitely not. And what Nino did the other day when he said he's going to make the handlebars a little bit more narrow for the TT, that is not just for the TT. This is where your handlebars need to be narrow. When Joris Reef and I did the Wine to Wales on the e-bikes, the first thing we did was cutting down our handlebars, and you can see that more and more. It's very different. At the World Cups you have more space, nothing is that tight. Here you're blasting through with like 30 k's an hour through those trees. You have very, again, like it seems like a wide open single track, but it's not, because there's those little stumps left and right. You like sometimes limited to like 10, 12, 15 centimeters of trail or perfect line through it, and that's sometimes near the trees. So the closer you can get to those trees, the easier it is to clear them with your handlebar, the faster and more momentum you can actually go through as well. So the narrow handlebars in sections like this, and even if it's just like the 10 millimeters on each side, makes a huge difference. That's like your tire at least 5 centimeters farther in, like your shoulder sometimes even scratch along the trees. It's insane, like the speed they're going through here, and you see on Stefan how much he has to work to stay with them. But this is fast. This is some of the best riding, mountain bike riding you can have, because the dynamics is there. You have to be so sharp. You have to be so focused not to make a mistake. And you can see, like, I'm sure there's a big smile on all of them. Tough, very tough, because you have to keep your momentum and you have to sprint over those little bumps. But this is some good riding right there.
Fantastic trails. Diamante State, I think they're heading through now. And yeah, for those of you sitting at home thinking, but my handlebars are fine, I never hit a tree. Just think of the speed, and Benno's made that point now. The speed that these racers are going at here, you have got no time to react. You are flat out, you're on the limit, you're pushing hard. You don't want to lose touch with the rider ahead of you, which is something that seems to be happening right now. These riders are starting to feel the intensity of the early pace and losing touch. They want to stay in contact. And this is Martin Stosek at the back here. Fabian Rabensteiner, Simon Stiebjan. And as we roll forward, we will see Matt Beers, Keegan Swenson, and Wessel Buerta, whose partner we saw a little bit earlier there, Mark Pritson, down the trail there. So that's a group that split off the back of this, the leaders here.
Yeah, we can't see the gap now in between, but it looks like it's quite a bit. Not a lot, but again, like catching up in those single tracks to the front. And again, the farther forward you are, the more momentum you're gonna carry through all that stuff. And it's hard to make up your time. This is a nice big group right there at the front. I think it's like at least 4 or 5 teams all together. A bit of a gap to the others, not that much, maybe 15 to 20 seconds the most, but it does spread out. And it's that yo-yo effect that you have in a bunch like this on those trails that can tire you out. They're not too far away from the first hydro station. It's something that the amateur's going to use. It's the USN hydro station. Everything you need is there, but I doubt that any of those guys will stop. The first pro tech feed zone with the tech stuff and the bottles that can be given by the teams is at 41 kilometers, so that's still quite a bit to go for those guys.
Yeah, this is a Diamante estate they're on at the moment. A beautiful estate on the low slopes of Paarl Mountain here. And the early signs of the granite boulders they'll get to see in much larger form later on as they drop into more sensational single track riding here. So Gael Geg on the back of this with Lucas Baum just ahead of him. And we suspect that this is that lead group. And the Aubert-led Speed Company team, well, as you heard, this might be a day where they'll play a holding game, just assess, and then see themselves racing hard for a stage win later in the week. Through the rocks, as I said, just on the ridge line here. Beautiful riding.
Going high up on the rocks, taking all the advantage you can get, using everything of the single track or the trails. And it's those rocks are grippy. That's the nice part. Those are very grippy rocks. You don't have to be afraid that you're gonna slide away. It's always nice. Like sometimes when the surface changes and you haven't ridden there before, you get a little bit of a fright if you get like to a clean space like this. But those rocks are super grippy, so yeah, there's no need to be afraid.
Wow, it's littered with shattered rocks here. What a trail this is on Diamant Estate. Part of this Paarl Trails network that has been built up over the last 10 years or so that has created such interest and incredible hard work by the Paarl Trails people. Darren Herbst and his whole team have been working flat out on this project to get the trails into a state where they can be ridden by these world-class riders. Marco Hubert, Tristan Norkier, then the one half of the yellow jerseys, Willie Vittoria there, both the leading two teams there, Lucas Baum, Georg Egger. That's your lead group right now. So the Bulls Media e-bike tells us that there's a bit of a gap back to the next group.
Yeah, it looks like yeah, the guys are having a better day today, Lucas and Georg. They're right there at the front. It looks like they're very well synchronized. They ride in there, and yeah, they position themselves very well. So hopefully, and we'll see. They have a good day. That's yeah, the closest they got to the podium position right now. So we'll see how long it lasts.
Yeah, Bear-led speed company Baum and Egger in their fourth Absa Cape Epic. Of course, they won it in their first attempt as relative unknowns. There's the USN hydration station, a quick handout, and off we go. As quick as you like. Marco Hubert, he'll have plenty cheering him on, both Tristan and he, a team in Buko Chemchamp that are based locally here. They'll have massive support there. It was high hopes yesterday and great excitement as they surged onto that lead group, but couldn't finish it off, finished third yesterday. Colombo, Braido, Avendetto, Schurter, and Baum and Egger. This is the lead group. Up a very, very steep ascent. Oh, down goes Lucas Baum. Not the easiest now. He's got to run that out. Traction is a problem here. Steve John has caught up, and this is the group next. They're not too far back, and Devart Alleman just waiting for his partner. Storsek. There is Mark Pritson, and you can see the pair of insect science, Keegan Bontekoning and Arne de Toy. One of those went down quite hard in the forest.
Yeah, good to see that nothing happened. The crash definitely looked harder than maybe Samaras yesterday, but again, like if you're lucky enough and then you don't fall on something too hard or too close, you get away with it. And it's good to see that the two riders are still in the race.
You get an idea of how steep it is. Look, I mean, they are grinding their way up there.
Yeah, it's straight up the hill. It is open, but again, probably hard to overtake because everyone is going flat out. Also, the ones that can enjoy the single track the most, the ones that were at the front, maybe their heart rate is a little bit lower than the others. Behind, they're trying to catch up time within the single track. Single track riding is very, yeah, it can be tough as the climbs itself if you have to chase up to the others, you know. And yeah, it looks like, yeah, the front group is still together. Some of the others are catching up now.
Gail Gega is just a little bit off the pace there. Look over the shoulder. There's a bit of a gap as they drop into the single track here.
It looks like Grabenstein is within this group now as well.
Yep, he and Stevie have made that junction cross to this group as, yeah, Egger at the back of it.
Yeah, split times from the USN hydro points are through, and the first 8 teams are all together within 30 seconds. So yeah, it's all still very close together.
And that's the key. You want to stay in that lead group. Focus and attention on the trail here. Anything can happen, as we've seen already every single day on this Absa Cape Epic. A little rock, a slight misjudgment, a lapse of concentration, and it could be disastrous.
Yeah, good to see that Matt Beers and Keegan, they are in 6th position right now. So hopefully they also can keep this pace and stay with the group.
The tactic of Matt Beers on those open roads, dragging it out and bringing the pace along and hoping that Keegan Swenson can join him. He, unfortunately, has not been in his best form for the first 4 days. Can it come back, you know, over these next 4 days?
It could be, definitely. Maybe Keegan was racing in the US just a week before the Cape Epic started. He only landed in South Africa on Tuesday. The race in the US was still, yeah, very cold race. Like it was like +3 degrees, and then coming into South Africa that late, your body takes a bit of time to adapt, and it's not sometimes just the fitness. It's like the everything else that you need to go through. The sleeping on the plane, maybe starting the Cape Epic a little bit tired and not having that punch right away from the beginning could be something, but that does not mean that he can't find his form during the Cape Epic. Those guys, they're used to long hours and the long events and the racing from the gravel scene. So no, there's nothing has been lost. Yes, GC, it's going to be hard to catch up 23 minutes, but for a stage win, if he finds his legs and his rhythm, anything is possible.
Yeah, he was racing the Valley of Tears race in the States, finished down in I think 11th in that race. Highly competitive racing that there is in the United States. Look at these trails, amazing trails. Wow. You want to be riding these, and you can if you come and sign up and to get a board or get a pass to come and ride on the Paarl trails. You'll have the great privilege of riding these wonderful trails, and you can go to any one of the trailheads around this part of the world and join up. There's Laborie, there's Fairview, the Spites route. You can go to Reebokskloof, Ridgeback Wines, and get a permit and come and ride.
Yeah, it's very similar to what a ski pass is for many in Europe, right? Everyone is used to those. In Europe, you don't pay for hiking or any of that, but you do pay for the ski slopes. And I think the network we have in South Africa for biking is very similar to what you have in Europe for all the ski fans out there. So it's just fair enough that you contribute towards it, that you pay your trail permit, because it's definitely worth it. Like, the trails are well looked after, even if they take a little bit of a hit by the Cape Epic riders going through. Within a week or two, those trails are up and running again. They're well looked after, and then that's also why you should pay your money and your trail permit to continuously be able to look after the trails.
Yeah, a little prediction of some rain over the night and tomorrow, and that'll settle the trails and give the trail builders a chance to come and rehabilitate some of those trails. But make your way to Laborie Farm, which is on the outskirts of Paarl. They'll be actually heading there very shortly. Fairview, which is where this venue is. Specialized in Paarl, Reebokskloof, Spice Route, all trailheads where you can get yourself a permit and come and enjoy the riding here. So this is the next group about to leave the start at Fairview, and it is going to be another big day for all of these riders. The legs, the bodies feeling a bit of the pain and pressure that has been exerted on them. There's a rider looking at the front there, and I think that might well be Daniel Tenner from ChemChamp, who's a bit concerned. He's holding his partner's bike, so that's a bit of a worry, waiting for his partner to get there. So let's go to the start and hear from a couple of the riders ahead of the stage.
It was brutal, it was tough, but I think true epic spirits, the teamwork worked well. I think we dovetailed very well, and we just managed everything, the heat and all the conditions, but it was a tough one.
Plans for today, we know it's going to be a little bit cooler. It's 80 Ks today, but they say the shorter stages are the ones that bite the most.
For sure. Just looking at the profile, I think we're going to climb most of the climbing within the first 60 odd Ks, so it's going to be tough. But yeah, we're going to literally try and just manage it today. Put some coins in the bank for tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be seriously tough.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Fabian and Andre, I love the outfits. For fun, team for fun. You guys have really gone all out on the kit this year.
Yes, we did especially for this race, and it's so funny.
How was yesterday? I mean, everyone knows it was hot, but how was it for you?
For me, I love it. I really love it. This kind of race with many mountains and single tracks. For me, was really nice.
Andre, new trails for you again today. How's it been racing here in Paarl?
I love it because we love those kind of single tracks. And we had, I don't know, like 80% of single tracks yesterday. It was amazing. We love too much. For me, in the beginner, the two steep climbs was a little bit harder, but we love it. We have been loving the whole experience we have been faced over here.
Well, good luck today and keep the fun. It's important to smile every single day.
Thank you very much.
Stefan and Emil from Frankfurt and Vrystaat. Are these the real yellow jerseys? I mean, what Nino and them are wearing, are these the real ones?
Yeah, this is for the real guys that struggle. They get the trails nice and easy, cool weather and all that, and we have to really go and struggle through the day, you know. So, yeah, it's yellow.
Tell us.
This yellow is for the real men.
Tell us about Frankfurt. I've been through there a couple of times on the way to Clarence and Lesotho. Some of the best biltong, right?
Yeah, it's very nice there. Frankfurt is a really nice community, nice town to live in, and yeah, we absolutely enjoy it there. Yeah, it's very nice.
'n boodskap vir die mense daar?
Ja, dankie vir julle. Julle ondersteun ons kwaai Frankfurt en julle gebede en ons julle boodskappe wat ons kry elke dag dra ons deur. Thanks. Bye.
Well done, guys. Let's get these.
Well, start line, we've got kids on the streets of Paarl, and we've got the riders making their way through our twisting switchback climb here on this trail. Wonderful, wonderful riding and wonderful vibes here at the Absa Cape Epic.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to see Nino and Filippo wearing that leopard outfit that would match their bike 100%. Seeing those two riding in a thing like that could be interesting. I like the yellow jersey on them too, but yeah, that leopard skin cycling kit together with the bike, outstanding.
Yeah, just one of our 67 mixed teams taking part here. There are the Masters men and Grandmasters. 206 Master men started the race, 125. These are teams, 125 Master, Grandmaster teams as well. Those are big, big categories in this race here. And this is our elite man. Now look at this trail network here. You've got to get in the front here, which is where the Absa African jersey leaders, Tristan Norkie and Marco Hubert are. They are clearly have designs on winning this stage today. As you heard at the start, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, not too worried about them in terms of general classification because they're some way off them, but they would really like to find their way onto the top step of the podium. This will at least
Beers.
Yeah, there's Beers and Svensson.
Yeah, they're not far off. Maybe
Yeah.
15 seconds between the two groups, maybe 20 the most. But yeah, it's maybe 15 seconds between the two groups.
Yeah, this is just incredible, the building of these trails, the network that has been laid out here and maintained. Yeah, the Hero Legacy project is part of this trail network where it's giving opportunities to people around the community to come and be part of the trails, both building and maintaining, and not just on the trails, but ancillary projects. Obviously, with the trailheads, you need people to be working at those various venues. And so they've built out opportunities for people to be involved in the trail network here, be it directly involved or through the Hero Legacy project with the Drakenstein municipality have been hugely involved as well. Giving riders the opportunity to ride. I mean, building those bridges, keeping them safe and sound, making sure that none of the planks are loose. It's all part of maintaining these trails.
Yeah, and there's another cross section where the fast riders come down the hill, the others are on the way up. It's a bit of a bike park here. You have all the different lines. And it actually leads into a nice coffee shop at the bottom.
Yes, this is heading towards the specialized shop, which is down here. And that's one of the trailheads. You can buy your permit and come and ride here. And if you have any issues with your bike, they'll sort that out as well.
Yeah, exactly. And there's also a pump track that they're going to go through. So that's where pretty much every single photographer is going to be sitting there now, because that's probably one of the best jumps for Nino to throw another whip in there. So could be that that there's more photographers in that section than anywhere else.
And guess who's trying? Oopsie, there's an issue. So the red jerseys have missed a turning. And Marco Hubert, Tristan Nokia, just that's a costly mistake. Well, hopefully not too costly for the Imbuko Kemchamp pair. And yeah, just overshot a corner perhaps and just kept going. And he's had to make his way back, one of Marco or Tristan. So he'll have to just put the pedal down to get back in that group.
Yeah, now he finds himself in the back of the group. Luckily, I think Tristan or Marco, one of them is at the front. But that shows how quick it goes. And also, if you're the second rider, you need to keep an eye on those arrows. Because if you are the ones driving the pace at the front, it takes nothing to get lost. The front guy quickly losing the attention, checking down on the gears, whatever. And the other guy behind also not concentrating on the arrows, and you quickly overshoot one of the corners, because there's a lot of left and rights. It's not always the same trail all the way from the top to the bottom. Maybe normally it is, but they do have to cross over, and sometimes the arrows, they just point you off the trail for a little bit. You go on to a different section, and you cannot miss those sections. So you do need to be laser focused pretty much like the entire time.
Jesse Nixon is with us. Good morning, Jesse.
Morning.
How are things going out there? What's the start been like? I know you perhaps only joined them on this trail here. What are you seeing? A tough old trail, this.
Yeah, it's pretty tight. So there's little ups, little downs. There's quite a few routes. So a lot of riders are trying to make their way around the routes, not to get thrown off course.
Now, you are is this the back of the lead group in the RMX women's race?
Yes, that is correct. I'm just hanging on to the back for now. There's still quite a few teams together at the moment.
Okay, so all still together as they make their way up here. And have you noticed any narrower handlebars? Because we saw some of the elite men going down, hitting the trees and logs on the side of the trail.
I haven't noticed anything in particular. I think most people are going to still be using their dropper posts and stuff to help with the movability, to get around the trees and the roots. But yeah, it's going good.
Another dusty day out on the trails for the riders here. When Jessie came in yesterday, she had cake dust, as all these riders did, as they toil up here. The amateur men's group as well, making their way up that long, hard drag. Well, we've even got the Grandmaster, Jessie Grandmaster leaders in this bunch as well. And this is what it's about, the amateur leaders, a little bit of a helping hand.
Yeah, again, if you have the stronger day, you help your partner as much as you can. They're the amateur leaders. That means they have a normal job at home as well. They're probably not going to be the ones training for like 30 hours a week. And then, yeah, all of a sudden you come here to the event, maybe not the highest expectations, so you know that you did your training, but you maybe not even consider being in the leader jersey, and all of a sudden you are in the leader jersey. So now once you're in it, you want to protect that. And if that means that you have to push your partner up the hill here and there, you're definitely going to try to give your very best to work together the best way possible. And again, come home as the amateur hero.
Yeah, that's the thing. Come home as the amateur hero. Marsh McLennan, Steve Bark, and Greg Harrop going through there. And yeah, these are, they are at the sharp end of the amateur race. These are hugely committed athletes who are racing, but also training and preparing for the ride all the time, which is fantastic. Oliver Munich and Cameron Roach here in the yellow jerseys, going well as well. We hear from some of the amateur men, actually. Let's hear from them from the start line.
Gentlemen, good morning. That's a proper pair of sunglasses. Those are from the Tokyo 2021 Olympics. I don't know if you know that, but that was the signature pair, and those were designed by an artist. Did you know that?
I didn't even know that, but thanks. I'm going to tell that to everybody now.
But they're cool, right?
Very cool, obviously.
How are you guys feeling? Speaking of cool, there was no cool yesterday.
No, it was very hot. I think much hotter than we thought it was going to be, but made it through, and now we're here today, so great. Yeah.
A message to all the people back home over the border of Hoogstad.
Yeah, get yourself down here. If you haven't, came and seen the Epic, come down, experience it. It's a great atmosphere. The spectator points are awesome. Really helps the riders. So come on down. If you haven't, ever been to an Epic, come do one on the bike or just come on support.
This is your first one. Does it live up to the wild expectation and the sheer just grit and tenacity that everyone talks about?
Yeah, everything and more. How hard it is, it lives up to it. The spectators, how this event's organized, it's the best event in the mountain biking events in the world, and it's great. Obviously enjoying it to the full max.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks so much, appreciate it.
Little brief sojourn in through town. Wonderful to see the kids from the school out there to welcome and cheer the riders on as they enjoy just a little bit of tar road.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see like the support of the communities, the schools, bringing them out. Sports here in South Africa at schools is so important. We have our two boys in Somerset and Beaumont, and they're always busy with something, like the amount of opportunities you have to explore the different sports. And then also just to watch the others, the international riders coming to your own country, racing at this high level, taking them out of school. Yes, they're maybe not reading right now, but this is so inspiring,
It's life. It's life experience, isn't it? Memories.
Yes, memories that are made, motivating them, and it's not even a public holiday today. Tomorrow we got a public holiday coming up, and already today, so many people out here cheering the riders on, and that's also a nice part of this urban Cape Epic this year, that it is so close to the towns.
Yeah, people's race, they've called it, because it is bringing the racing to the people. Not that you can never not get too close to the riders. That's the beauty of mountain biking. You can stand trail side, but sometimes getting out to the trails is quite tricky. They are on this tar road climb. Now, if they were to stay on this road, they would go all the way up to the Afrikaans language monument at the top. But they're not going to go all the way up. As they get past those big tanks, they will turn right, as they do now, and they're on the trail. That's near the bottom of the very, very gnarly downhill track there. They've had the SA champs there, but now they're hugging the side of the road, and they are heading back up to the mountain. So this is the start of some climbing. The forgiving part of this stage is done with now. They get down to work.
Yes, unfortunately also today there is some climbing in there,
Yep.
definitely.
It's not all trails.
It's not just all trails, it's
on,
not just all flat. It is 1,950 meters of climbing, and again, it's always tricky because yes, you enjoy the fast stuff in the single tracks, but then you also know, like, shit, those meters, they're gonna come at some stage, and today they all in those steep climbs going up. At the monument there's also the first water point, so that's where they reach the 41 kilometers sign. That's where they need to also grab their bottles, fill up, get some ice in there. Temperature, the sun is out, it's still gonna be hot out there, maybe not just yet, but 35 degrees, and again with the rocks that you have out there, no more shade out in the sun. They will definitely get, we'll see, maybe even hydrobags again, and make it all the way to the finish.
So 5 teams in this. We've got Buko Kemchamp in the red, Tristan Nokia on the front there, the yellow jersey, Scherter and Colombo, William Victoria, Brido and Avendetto in there. Simon Steve John and Fabian Ravenstein are at the back there, and Georg and Lucas Baum of Aubert Elliott Speed Company in this lead group as they head up the first serious climbs of this stage today. And this is when the racing starts to take a different shape. And Tristan Nokia constantly focused on the trail in front, and his device, and behind him, out of the saddle, Lucas Baum, who endured a tough day yesterday, the Obeiliad Speed Company man. And he's been so rock solid throughout the week that Filippo Colombo, we've hardly talked about him because we often talk about riders when they look in trouble. He has looked so comfortable.
Yeah, he's, I said, one of the most beautiful riders in the bunch. Like it's just
style-wise.
The style-wise, everything together. Like he's such a, yeah. Also the interviews he gives, the comments he makes. Like he's a very well-rounded athlete. Still very young. I think he's only 24. And he's riding with the GOAT, and he's one of the guys that really sucks it up like a SpongeBob. He looks at what Nino does, but does not want to be like a Nino. He's definitely not like a Nino, but he has everything it takes to win very big events.
So just a little bit ahead of this group here, we had the South African Marathon champion, Wessel Botha and Mark Pritson. And here is Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek. They took the big King of the Mountains yesterday at the top of Dryland and then faded back a little. But this is Wessel Botha and Mark Pritson, honeycomb 226s. Pritson had a little bit of an off in the forest, possibly caught his handlebar and went down. And they're out of the saddle, trying maybe to bridge across to this group of leaders. At the back, Fabian Ramensteiner, the Italian champion, just ahead of Stefan Sam of the Bulls Media e-bike. And we fleck back. Quite big gaps have been opened up already now.
Yeah, very much. I think that's now Matt Beers and Keegan. Yeah, I guess still not in for a stage win where they're sitting right now. It seems like the gap is opening more and more instead of like getting less. Not a very good sign. We're not even halfway through and they're already losing contact with the front. Again, Keegan at the back, out of his saddle. Maybe his back is giving him more of an issue than we thought. Like every time we get a glimpse of him, he's busy stretching his back. And it's not just during the race. We saw at the finish the other day as well. Yeah, maybe something bike positioning. It is rough. It's also a different bike, considering the gravel bike versus this bike. It makes all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about that. Preparing for this event, obviously you need to mix up the different bikes: road bike, gravel bike, mountain bike, but predominantly the mountain bike and trails, because that's what you're going to be riding for the 8 days.
Yeah, exactly. And if you don't spend enough time on your mountain bike or the bike you need to race for that amount of time on those trails, like you can get away with a training session and you do like 6 hours and you feel fine, right? But if you do that over and over for the week, your body is only able to absorb a certain amount of pain, or you can still push hard with a bit of pain, but if you do it over and over, and if your position on the bike is not good, it's not going to get better. Definitely not. If you don't change certain things, if you don't adapt certain things, it will just dig the hole deeper and deeper. And with him, yeah, he needs to figure it out. I really hope that he can stretch his back and find his rhythm and yeah, have a good stage.
Now, that is Lexus Skada, Vera Loss on the front there. A little bit of a gap on the Toyota Specialized pair. Sophia Gomez, Viafan and Annika Langville at the moment. And behind them, the red jerseys. So this is our leading women's teams coming up that loose clay climb. And that is how it stands after that split at 26 kilometers, 17 Ks in, and at 26 Ks in 17 seconds, the gap. And then the MAP team, well, here they are having a really good day again. Hayley Smith and Ella Blur, Topara Kenda also having a good day. And Canada ISB Sport just a little bit off there, Calderon and Kortkas. So the women's race taking on an interesting feature here. Well, Vera Loss and Alexis Skada, they're nearly 14 minutes down, so they need to try and do something here. And midway through the race, the 8-day race, this is an opportunity to try and put the race leaders under a bit of pressure and nip back some time if they can. A psychological boost maybe for them if they can win this stage today. But 14 minutes over the next 4 days, it can be done. Don't no question it can be done, but it's going to take a huge ask. Trails all the way down. Laborie Wine Farm is down in the distance there. That is where the men are heading. You can see the helicopter heading down there, and then they've gone up, halfway up the road to the language monument, and they're heading back down towards Paarl. They'll get very close to the town again, and then they'll hook back up again, all the way up, a long climb up. These slopes are steep on the side of the mountain here.
Yeah, while the woman just went through the USN hydro point, the man should reach the water point 1 very, very soon now. They should be close to the monument on the way up there.
Yeah, this is the vineyards down through Laborie Wine Farm, and then they'll start the tilt up and the climb. And you can see them all bunching together, which tells you that they are on the climb again. And the Lucas Baum, and then the red jerseys at the sharp end. Nice crowds out. Remember, as Benno said, not a holiday here in South Africa today, but a working day. But people just taking the chance. It's close to town. Just pop in, go into the vineyards, watch the riders on a climb, because you get a chance to see them close quarters going slowly up the climb rather than bulleting down, and you can get close up and see them. There's the next bunch coming across, trying to chase Wout Alleman and Martin Stosik. Alleman looking in very good shape at this year's race.
Yeah, he's very strong, like I must say. Like he's always at the front. He's always trying to keep the pace high. They attacked yesterday, out of the gun. Paid the price a little bit, but still overall good position for them. And also in this group, they're the ones that keep the pace high. Maybe try to close the gap, as it definitely would help for some of the sections coming up.
Clementizia Aubert in there as well as Insect Science. That's Porro and Stutzman of Clementizia, and Insect Science, Arno de Toy is there, and Keegan Bontekoring. Helicopter hovering, you know that the riders are close by as they snake into more trails at Laborie. And then they'll start getting to the task of climbing back up the mountainside. What a beautiful sight it is, living very close to the town of Paarl in the shadow of this magnificent Paarl Rock Mountain in the Berg River Valley. The big Berg River flows through the town, and it's part and parcel of the town. It's the start of a big canoe race as well. It starts in this town, the Berg River Marathon, heading out towards the Atlantic Ocean. These riders are going to be heading up the mountain, and Lucas Baum will lead them up there for the time being, with the red jerseys, yellow jerseys, second place team as well in there.
Looks like they're closing the...
Then it's, Stiepjana and Ravensteiner. That's your lead 5 teams as a switchback climb now. So you get up a very, very steep slope by creating these wonderfully crafted switchbacks. Beautiful condition they are as well.
Yeah, that makes those climbs much more enjoyable. You also need to know how to ride them. You need to carry your speed through those berms. You don't want to get stuck. Often on the inside, if you take them too tight, it's actually very loose. So you're probably going to see some of the amateurs even struggling on those sections a little bit because of the line choice they may take. But it makes those steep climbs much more enjoyable. And it's also fun, kind of like getting to the top in a way like this.
Yeah, it's far more preferable than going straight up the road, which is very, very steep indeed. Oopsie, that'll slip out by Lucas there. No problem at all. Lost the traction, but he's back up and going. No issues. Well, Baumanegger looking to claw back time and perhaps take a stage win there. Wet wheels. First time almost, I think, in the entire four and a bit days that we've seen some water they've had to ride through.
Yeah, I guess they need to get used to it. As the weather predictions, there's a bit of rain coming, most likely tonight. Tomorrow's stage could be wet as well. But it's also interesting to see that Lucas and Georg, when they have a good day, they're not shy to go to the front. It's actually nice to see, because often you have people that just hiding in the bunch, not leading at all. But those guys, pure racers, as soon as they feel they have the energy, they're gonna go straight to the front. And then, yeah, that to me is always, it's nice to see when you're not just hiding and you're trying to attack later on. They're feeling good. They're part of the front group. They keep the pace. They do their rotation, and yeah, also important to keep the others away from you.
It's a Cape Epic. It's like it can go so wrong.
It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year cards are freshly shuffled, and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.
The 21st edition of the Absa Cape Epic is in full swing. Traversing the Western Cape of South Africa, this 8-day stage race attracts the best riders in the world. With prestige like no other, Olympic champions, world champions, national title holders all gun for victory at this legendary event. The Cape Epic must be ridden in teams of 2 and is open to pros, amateurs, men and women alike. This year, the bespoke course is 603 kilometers with 16,500 meters of climbing. To win this event is an accolade like no other, and for the amateurs, just to finish is a huge goal. This is the race that measures all. With a prediction of searingly hot temperatures, the riders will start slightly earlier in the morning, and the route has been shortened to 78 kilometers with 2,400 meters of climbing. Today has a plethora of single tracks, so the riders need to be on full alert. We are not yet at the midpoint of the race, but today could make or break the teams. On the start line in the GC are the 2022 winners, Orbea Leert Speed Company with Georg Egger and Lucas Baum, currently in third. In second are the Italian duo of Luca Prado and Simone Abendetto from Willia Vittoria. And in the yellow leaders jersey are Scott SRAM MTB Racing, the GOAT Nino Schurter and his new teammate Filippo Colombo with 44 seconds in their back pocket. The gun goes for the first time in Fairview, and the pro men's teams sprint out of the gate. It's 6:45 in the morning and the temperature is already pushing 28 degrees. It's going to be a scorcher. On the first climb, all the usual suspects are in the mix, with the red African jersey Buko Kemchamp A setting the pace. These trails are their backyard. They train here year in and year out and are well conditioned for the heat. Hot on their heels are all the contenders in the GC, Scott, Willia, Buff, Megamo. Noticeable by their absence are Speed Company. They are struggling today. Victors in yesterday's time trial, Buff Megamo won, Alleman and Stosek, the Belgian and Czech marathon champions respectively, start strongly. Alleman enjoys this style of climbing, it suits him perfectly. They sprint to the dryland summit for the King of the Mountain title and take the win. It's a cash prize and recognition, despite being unaware of the award beforehand. The yellow leaders, Schurter and Colombo, settle into the race, keeping a close eye on second place in the overall, Prado and Avendetto. It's their first Cape Epic, but they've always been in the mix despite being cross-country specialists. Their usual races last 1.5 hours, and these Cape Epic stages can be more than double that time. The African leaders, Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier, have a fire under their wheels today. They want to put in time on the overall and are riding themselves into a podium position. Buff Megamo 1 fall off the pace after their early efforts. It all comes down to the final kilometre. These world-class sprinting specialists all jostle for position coming into the Fairview finish line. Buco Chemchamp reel in Scott and Willia and fire past them, but it's too much too soon. The time is taken from the second teammate across the line, and the Italian duo played perfectly. The win goes to Willia Vittoria. Closely followed by Scott's Ram MTB Racing, and just 11 seconds later, the All-African team of Hubert and Norkia crossed the line for their first podium. The Fairview stage sees Mbuko Chemchamp A on the bottom step, with Scott's Ram MTB Racing in second, and Willia Vittoria on the top step for their second win. The yellow leaders jersey remains with Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo from Scott's Ram MTB Racing. They lost just 1 second today and now have a buffer of 43 seconds going into tomorrow's stage 4. In the Aramex women's category, new to the GC top 3 are Cannondale ISB Sport, Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortekas. In second is Efficient Infinity SCB Sport with Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada. And in the orange leaders jersey, with over 9 minutes to spare, are Toyota Specialized, with 5-time champion Annika Langveld and 2022 Cape Epic winner Sofia Gomez-Villafan. The UCI women leave the Fairview start line for the first time. The mountains of Paarl are spectacular as a backdrop, but the riders hardly have time to lift their heads. It's full focus today with relentless single track. Just 21 minutes into the race and Annika Langveld takes a fall. They have a comfortable lead, but need to avoid moments like this. The Cape Epic can throw anything at you at any time. All the main women's teams are in the mix, with second place Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, Lossa and Skada monitoring every move of the orange to see if there are any chinks in their armour. Cannondale ISB Sport can't handle the pace in the early kilometres and are quickly dropped. Riders dislodge some of the smaller rocks on the single track and they become like ball bearings in the berms. 6-time world champion Langveld is an incredible bike handler, but they catch her out. She goes down to the dismay of her partner Villafan, but like true professionals, there's a quick system check and they're back on the bikes. Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM are doing everything they can to pressurize the orange leaders. They catch Toyota Specialized and try to disrupt their rhythm. Langveld and Villafan take stock and stamp their mark on the stage. There are no free rides at the Absa Cape Epic. It's a challenging day for Langveld, but she and Villafan cross the line in almost 4 hours and 15 minutes. Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM takes second just over 4.5 minutes later, and third goes to the All-African team of Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen for Titan Racing SCE Honeycomb. The podium sees Hoare and Preen for the first time at this year's race. Efficient Infinity are in second, and with a clean sweep at the top of the podium is Toyota Specialized, Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez-Villafan, who also retain the leader's jersey and increase their lead to almost 14 minutes. And we head into stage 4 here in the Drakenstein Valley, and the Paarl Mountain is again a major focal point for today's stage. Another tough stage. What stage isn't at the Absa Cape Epic? They're all very, very hard, and this one is no exception. 80 kilometers, 1950 meters of climbing. The early kilometers are relatively benign and forgiving, and then they'll hit the climb once they've done a little bit of a flirt with the town of Paarl, and then they head up towards the Paarl Monument, and then into the bowl that is Paarl Rock. And it was very hot in there yesterday. Today, thankfully, it'll be less so. Those are the statistics and the climbing. The climb up to the Paarl Monument will be a crucial area. The cement tracks right to the summit, the highest point of the ride today, around 700 meters. And then downhill, pretty much downhill, with a lot of twisting and turning on those flat roads into the finish, with some single trails at the finish to make for a fascinating day's racing. 80 kilometers, 1950 meters of climbing. It might not seem like it is one of those really brutal Absa Cape Epic stages, but when you've got 4 days in your legs, plus yesterday's intense heat and the toll that took on you, it is going to be another punishing day on the Absa Cape Epic. This is how the elite men started today. Rough, loose trails and 1 or 2 issues early on, among them Georg Egger having to dismount there and jump on his bike. And that's what happens in a big bunch, and sand just stops your bike dead. And a whole lot of the concertina effect is that a whole lot of riders behind you have to reset as well. So early paces through Fynland, Vreemansfontein and other farmlands here, and BH Koloma and Matt Beers as well on the front of the race here. Different dynamics and tactics today. Benno Willett is with me once again to observe today's racing. Some interesting trails already this morning, Benno.
Yeah, we started off very fast. Yeah, you mentioned the stage, 80 kilometers, 1,950 meters of climbing, but the guys went flat out from the beginning, trying to position themselves. There's a lot of open roads, but only one line to actually choose from. Everything else is slower, sandy. You have the corners, the yo-yo effect plays a big part in it. And then when you have someone dismounting off the bike, again, you're gonna come to a dead stop. The front is going and you need to catch up every single time over and over again. So positioning again from the get-go in the morning, straight out the gate, you wanna be at the front.
Matt Pierce, Keegan Swenson there, as well as Bart Alleman and Martin Storsek. There's Insect Science, Keegan Bontkoning and Arda Detroit desperately trying to get back on terms with that lead group that had got away. Five teams in the front of the race there. The race leaders, Scott SRAM, MTB, William Vittoria, the red jerseys. And here was a bit of drama because one of those riders in the red jersey missed a turning. And the trail headed to the right, and one of either Tristan or Kia Marco Hubert headed straight and had to relink, but that didn't disturb them too much. On the climb, early climb out of Paarl, Tristan Nokia set the pace. Colombo, Schurter, Lucas Baum is in there, so are Simon Stiepjan and Fabian Ravensteiner. But Keegan Swenson is having a desperate time here. The American is certainly nursing a painful back and under a bit of pressure. The elite women's race with the race leaders, Toyota Specialized in there. And sadly, there's one team that's not in there in this race any longer. Marga Muschetti and Samara Shepherd. A nasty crash for Samara yesterday has resulted in... Samara's with us. Hello, Samara.
Hello, good morning.
Sorry to have you sitting alongside us, but it's a great pleasure to have you with us here. I know you'd rather be out there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's as part of the risk of Cape Epic, sometimes you're fighting for the front, and then just with the dusty nature of the tracks, it's really hard to see out there, and you can't give enough space all the time. But I got a little unstuck in a rut that I didn't see and ended up breaking my hand. So yeah, it's unfortunate to pull out of the Epic. It's such a special event, and to let the team down and let your partner down is really tough. But I'm glad it wasn't worse, and good to be able to see some fantastic racing still from the sideline.
Just quickly on that injury, what's the sort of nature of it?
I've broken my metatarsal in a compression fracture as well, so it needs a bit of surgery when I get home.
Okay, so you're gonna wait until you get home for that?
Yeah, I think with the rehab, they recommend to get it done somewhere and then to follow it through with a thorough rehab, and maybe it needs some pins out or something, so we'll get it sorted there.
Painful?
I've got some good painkillers, so I'm all right at the moment.
Right, here is a look at the race, and very early on it, they surged through that USN hydration station, and Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada started the day just under 14 minutes adrift of the orange jerseys, and they threw the gauntlet down early on the climb away from Paarl, and Sophia Gomez-Viafan and Annika Langfeld just starting to put a bit of urgency into that chase. Behind them, the red jerseys, Titan SC Honeycomb and Haley Preen and Bianca Hoare enjoying a wonderful week and are now in third overall. Through the trails they go. They headed down to Paarl and then passed through Laborie as we welcome you to the Drakensberg municipality in the Cape Winelands. And this beautiful Paarl town, which is the pearl of this part of the world, and the Paarl Rock presiding over it. It is stage number 4, day 5 of the Absa Cape Epic, and it is a beautiful day today in stark contrast to yesterday's conditions, where the temperatures were very, very high indeed, and as a result, the race was stopped at 2:36. The race director calling in conjunction with the medical team calling an end to the race there, and riders were brought down off the mountain and to the finish. Those who had stopped earlier will no longer be part of the race, but those who were still riding at that stage would have times added to their cumulative time at those various water points and continue racing today. The general classification in the men's race sees Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo just 43 seconds. What a race we've got on our hands. with the Willia Victoria pair on their debut at the Absa Cape Epic. Well, they look as though they're very at home here. But it is day 5 of 8. The deep end awaits for them. Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier enjoyed a fantastic day on familiar trails yesterday to surge into the podium contention in 3rd place. Porro and Stutzman have been solid all week. 12 minutes down. Fabian Ravensteiner and Simon Stevejohn, a team to scratch together before the race, in 5th place. And Alaman and Storsek, who took the King of the Mountains yesterday at the top of the dryland climb. Queens of the Aramex women's race so far, Annika Langville and Sofia Gomez-Villafan. It was not without incident their 4th stage win in a row yesterday. Annika going down twice, the 2nd time very hard, and that's the strange nature of this sport. She perhaps might have gone down harder than you, I don't know, but she's still riding and you're not.
Yeah, it's you need a bit of luck out there, and Annika and I actually crashed in the same spot where I went down, and yeah, like you said, sometimes you just fall over and you can get back up and nothing's wrong, and sometimes you fall over and break something. So yeah, she's doing incredibly well to be out there. It shows how tough she is.
13 minutes 59, Vera Lossa and Alexis Carter. Just to go back to that, we did get an image of Annika where she fell early on, so that was that same spot.
It was the same section, yeah.
You must have ridden on then.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, I fell over, and obviously it hurt my hand, but naturally you just get back on your bike and you think, oh, maybe it's just a bruise and we can push on. But then it came pretty evident that I couldn't use the brakes or hold my handlebar very well. So yeah, I tried for a little bit, and then I just said to Margot, I can't get down this track.
Well, it was a heartbreaking scene to see. We got the image of Margot giving you a hug.
Yeah. And I think that's what makes this race so special, is to have that partnership as well. And it's in these moments when you're down and struggling at the other teammate, when they can show some compassion and support. It really lifts your spirits and makes the connection with the partnership stronger, and just the whole experience of the race a lot more pleasurable. So yeah, I'm really grateful for Margot's support out there. She's got a really big heart, and I really felt that yesterday.
Yeah, and you guys had a fantastic prologue. You started into it so well. 3 seconds to Annika and Sofia. I mean, must have given you very good confidence, strong for the race. How was the first couple of days?
Yeah, we really didn't expect to be that close to the win. We're a new partnership. We pre-rode the prologue and had a game plan out there. We were both feeling good. Margot was super strong as well, and yeah, we took it. And then, like you say, you do your best effort out there, and then to see at the finish line that we were only 3 seconds down it was a crazy mix of emotions, to be honest. You're like, 3 seconds can be gained everywhere, but that's the same for everyone out there. And after that, I think our expectations of what we could achieve together certainly changed. We knew we were a strong partnership, and we reassessed for the stage 2. But again, the prologue is so different to the racing. We hadn't raced together, so I think stage 2 we learnt a lot more about how to race together in a pack, where our strengths and weaknesses lie in that area as well. So yeah, taking the learnings from stage 2, and then we were hoping to implement that for stage 3. Obviously we had a really good start. It was the Annika, Sofia, Vera, Alexis, and then Margot and I into that first descent. So we both know how well we were climbing, and then it's just a tactical one to get the best out of each other from that. And you learn from every stage, and it's a shame the crash put the end to the learnings. Yeah. That's how it goes sometimes, and it's wonderful as well that the Cape Epic offer the Lonely Leopard category as well. So Margot carried on to the next water point to let the team know what happened, and then could push on and continue to race the Cape Epic.
So she's still out there today?
Yep, she's still out there.
Oh, fantastic. So Margot's getting that experience. As now we bring you live pictures from the slopes of Paarl Mountain, a brutally tough playground. This is a long, hard drag up these climbs.
I was certainly happy to put my 32 tooth on yesterday.
Yes, okay.
We weren't sure about it at first, because I would never normally run it because you've got such a range on the cassette these days. But hitting the first climb yesterday, I was very happy to have it, and I think these guys will be knocking it down as well. you just want, your legs just get so tired day after day, and all the accelerations and the load in the legs that, if you can spin up a cadence, that's amazing. But yeah, it's also so dusty and rutty out there that you have to, really see where you're going and follow the lines. Overlapping wheels can sometimes, cause you to have to pull on the brakes and then accelerate again. So yeah, to be smooth and efficient up these climbs really pays off.
Well, it's starting to bite this, because we're seeing Ravensteiner losing ground. Simon Steepjan is having to roll back, and Oberlet Speed Company are also distanced from this group. So it is now 3 teams up there: Willia Vittoria, Imbuko Kemchamp, and the race leaders in the yellow, Scottstram MTB.
Yeah, similar like yesterday, the stage finished, the 3 teams right there at the front, putting the pace high, very high. The others were with the group earlier, even at the front, but now with those steep climbs, you see, they want to win. They want to make sure that they stack all the others. Marco and Tristan, very strong again, leading up the pace. And it's going to be hard for the others to follow. They're only halfway up the climb. There's quite a bit more to go, and as you can see, there's no hiding in here.
What a battle it is. Those 4 men on the left and the yellow jersey in the Willia Vittoria team, they know each other so well from racing on the World Cup circuit. The GOAT, as we know, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. Luca Braido has been around that circuit for over a decade. And Simone Avendetto, a little bit younger, but a man who knows exactly how to handle himself on the trails. But the 2 men in their red jerseys, Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert, I mean, Tristan's interview was quite sweet yesterday. He was almost pinching himself, saying, here I am, sitting with the best rider that's ever lived, and I'm competing with him and trying to beat him and racing him. So the excitement and the energy that has infused him with, it's fantastic to see. They get to the halfway up climb, they make the right-hand turn. They are still not near the top, but they've still got some work to do.
It is amazing what you can do off adrenaline, being able to race the best in the world and to come back day after day. You learn little things about how they're riding and how you're riding, and yeah, it is such a thrill to race this level of riders, and everyone is at their best form. The Cape Epic means a lot to everyone. I know Nino is absolutely gunning for this win. He's been so close so many years, so yeah, it's all out on the line, and the eyes of the world are on the race at the moment, so it gives you a lot of energy.
Just in terms of partnerships, many people ask how do partnerships get together? Some are obviously trade teams, and that's who you race with, and we've seen some of them change. Hans Becking and Stosek switching positions. How did you and Margot get together?
It was a sponsor, eFort Symatec. They were looking to enter a women's team, and they reached out. Margot was already on the team as a rider, and they were looking for someone to partner with her. And I didn't have a partner for this year, so I said yes. And yeah, for us, for me, it's an amazing opportunity to be able to race this event. It's something that I've been, wanting to do for my whole career for over a decade. And getting to do it last year with a specialised team was an absolute dream come true. And we finished on the podium with Sophia. We were in 3rd place. Benno was the team manager.
Yes.
And yeah, it was amazing. It was an absolute highlight. So yeah, to have the opportunity to come back and race Cape Epic again is something I couldn't say no to.
And are you guys going to do more events together? I mean, we have 4 Epic Series events this year coming up, still after this one, after the Cape Epic. Is the plan to come back and do more of them?
At the moment, no. The plan for me was to continue to start the Lifetime Grand Prix, US-based gravel and off-road mountain bike marathon series. Margot was going to target the world champs in her marathon national championships as well. But this injury has obviously put a little bit of a spanner in things. The first round of the Lifetime is in 3 weeks, so yeah, you have to do all the rounds to be competitive there. So yeah, at the moment, no, that's not the plan.
But first get that sorted out. And
yeah,
yes,
exactly. Well, it looks like it's carnage down here. It's going fast.
Yeah, they're going fast, plunging down the hill, the track here. It is wide open roads at the moment on stage number 4 of the Absa Cape Epic. So our race is unfolding before your very eyes. The elite men's race with 3 teams up at the sharp end as they are now heading onto the top of Paarl Mountain. Don't think that it's flat on top there either, because it undulates. There's plenty of steep climbs. But what it is that they will get a reprieve from the single track. I say reprieve because this is such a heavily single track laden these 2 stages. Is it too? I mean, is that too much? But I mean, it's hard work, that single track. You've got to fuel. You've got to.
Exactly, it's hard to eat and drink in the single track, and it's really dusty. This granite surface is like either hard packed or just powder. So yeah, you can't let off the focus. You really have to try to see your line amongst the dust, and it is taxing mentally as well as physically. So yeah, when you can get out onto some fire road and just have to think about turning the pedals over, it seems relatively easier.
Yeah, it's all relative, as you say. So red jersey at the front, red jersey at the back in the sandwich, Willia Vittoria, and the yellow jerseys for Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. They will do almost a full circuit of the bowl of the top of the mountain. And 32 kilometers to go. It's a far. we always say it's a fast stage every time. I mean, these guys don't do anything other than go fast.
Yeah, they make it look easy, don't they? That's for sure. Yeah, it's like you said, it's a short stage and a relatively flat stage compared to the others. So on paper it should be easy, but yeah, with 4 days already in the legs, and after a hot day yesterday, these riders will be feeling it a lot. And so yeah, fueling will be key, and just being as smooth as possible. I think they're all trying to conserve energy riding in this bunch, and maybe waiting to the later stages.
You just caught a glimpse there, and you can see it there. Britannia Rock, one of the 3 major promontories in this mountain. Paarl Rock, Britannia Rock, and Gordon Rock are those big granite boulders, the biggest of their kind anywhere in the world. Quite extraordinary. Beautiful sights, which you can now watch without having to focus on your front wheel and your partner's wheel.
The scenes here are just incredible. It's so cool that Cape Epic goes to different parts of South Africa every time. We get to see ride these different trails and traverse these beautiful landscapes. It's always such a thrill.
I know you didn't ride into the heat of the day yesterday, but I mean that you experienced it. It was pretty intense, wasn't it?
Absolutely. In the time trial stage, we even underestimated how much water we would need. A 3-hour stage, I had 3 bottles, and normally that's plenty. But between the last feed zone and the finish line, it completely ran out. And yeah, if you get behind we had a call. We were close to the feed zone. We were like, okay, should we take a neutral bottle? Or not a neutral bottle, but Philip had the neutral bottle, and we decided, no, we'll just push on to the finish.
And Samara Shepherd's telling us about hydrating on that time trial day. You've got to be very careful and very on your game there.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you get behind, if you ride for too long behind your hydration, you get a bit of heat stroke. And I think you got the time trial day plus yesterday, and then today. I think a lot of people will be really behind on the hydration. So there's a lot of neutral foods out there as well. Taking the electrolytes as much as possible, the hydrolytes. You just can't get too far behind, or it just cooks you.
That's exactly what's happening here now. Some feeding going on. This is the lead group in the men's elite race, and this is the lead group in the women's elite race. And Anna Galangville and Sophia Gomez-Vierfan have shut down a little bit of a gap. There was about a 18 second gap to Vera Lossa and her partner Alexis Skada. They splash through the water, which will no doubt be a little bit welcome. They may be getting more of that in the next few days. We're expecting some rain overnight, which will dampen the course. I don't think it's going to be quite as torrential as I think initially predicted, but we'll wait and see. But this is the lead group as they head back into the trails. They come thick and fast, narrow here. You've got to be on your game, watching the handlebars, keeping it steady.
Yeah, you can see the specialized ladies are trying to conserve as much as possible, sitting behind Vera and Alexis. Vera and Alexis are a fantastic partnership. They've been riding together a lot. They're really good friends. They really know how to work well together and get the most out of each other. Yeah, they always take the race head on, and that's what they're doing again today. And yeah, I think this will be an exciting finish. I think they'll take it to the line together. We will have to wait and see.
Absolutely, yeah. The recovery from the fall yesterday by Annika Langveld, there was a moment, I think, that Vera and Alexis thought, well, maybe this is an opportunity for us to put them under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, definitely, and maybe even a bit of a tactic for tomorrow's stage. You know, you always have to think ahead. Today's an easy one. There's no need for them to push too hard from the beginning. They have a great lead in this GC, and tomorrow there's a lot of climbing, a lot of yeah, it's the longest, it's Queen and the King stage, and we heard earlier from the amateurs, even they are thinking of like taking it easy today to have a few more grains for tomorrow's race. So that could be also a bit of a tactic here in this game here. And what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you think the competition might be thinking the same, that they might be wanting to have an easier day and be mentally preparing for that, then yeah, if you take it to them and catch them by surprise and put the pressure on, I think, yeah, you can make the race wide open.
We leave the RMX women and we're back above the men's race now with the group together, and Willia Vittoria just going to the front almost for the first time. We've seen them as the red jerseys now tucked in a little bit further back. And as we fly above the vineyards and orchards that are on the edge of Paarl town here, the Laborie Wine Estate is a great spectator point and a trailhead if you want to come and ride your bikes on the Paarl Trail Network. Go to Laborie, which is close to town, or the Specialized Shop, or any other trailhead to buy a permit and come and enjoy the experience. You don't have to ride all these trails the way the Absa Cape Epic races are doing here, but just get a taste and an experience of it would be fantastic. As these riders ride right near the top of the mountain, and the women in the RMX women's race are further down towards Laborie, making their way up. The very steep, short, sharp, steep kickers here on the way up. Hard, really tough.
Yeah, they still have about 2 kilometers at least to the next water point, and or the first water point for them. And we saw earlier that it's not an easy way to get there. It's a lot of single track, and then the climbing starts now as well. So yeah,
Backloaded with the climbing today, really, with the first 10 Ks or so fairly flat and fast through the farmlands. These farmlands built on the side of the mountains to get the best out of the climatic conditions to feed the crops, and this is where they are heading, and they can see the big rock outcrop at the top, and they know that's where we are going, and that's in focus. They've got to get up there on these trails.
Yeah, and if you look at today's stage, you don't have to underestimate the climbing, because there's a lot of flat in the first 20 kilometers, a lot of flat in the end of it. So that means you have all that climbing within 50 kilometers all in all. So that means that within that short period here in the middle, there is a lot of climbing and a lot of steep climbing. And that's all coming ahead of those leading women right now.
Mentally, when I see a stage like this, I always tell myself that the finish of the race is at the top of the last climb, and today the finish of the race for me would be around 55 kilometers. You just got to push all the way up there, and then hopefully you've got some wheels to follow, where you get a bit of recovery on that downhill, which takes you to around 70 odd kilometers, and then it's a flat push to the finish line. So yeah, they've got the hardest part now just coming.
Well, we are now with the men, and we saw a little bit earlier there was a sort of lull in the pace, but guess who's gone to the front? And it is the Obeerleert Speed Company European champion Lucas Baum has put the hammer down a bit here to inject a little urgency as they head towards their Paarl Reserve spectator point up here. You've done well to get up to the top here if you can watch the race from up here, but there's a bit of urgency now in this men's race.
Yeah, it's incredible to see. Like I said earlier, the guys, they drop off, they make their way back, and they're not sitting in the back, they make it to the front. As soon as their legs feel good, the race is on. Like when they have that momentum going, they're not sitting in the bunch, they're not resting their legs, they're not playing any tactics, they just want to go. They are so focused on racing, and it looks like they're having a good day. That's very nice to see them right there at the front. They never slow down. The front is not that they have been waiting for them. There was no tactics involved. 3 teams are plenty to take to the finish line, and that's actually the ideal bunch to get to the finish line. And they managed to get back onto the bunch, and now they're actually driving the pace.
Yeah, this is actually a really fun situation for them. It's yeah, like you say, you can follow the wheels and push the line as a unit. I think all of them will be motivated to have the 3 teams together towards the finish as far as they can. You want to share the load. But yeah, once you get into the tracks or on the downhill, being able to slipstream and to ride the trails and enjoy the experience when there's a little less effort going on. Oof, someone's...
Yeah, this is Steve John and Ravensteiner just trying to get back on that group. So that lull that we saw has seen them come back in here. Stevie just digging deep, dragging Ravensteiner with him.
Yeah, you can never discount anyone from behind.
Yep. And a little lull in that pace in the lead group. You know they are pushing hard to catch. So they're back on here. It's good to see. They've just gone past that spectator point at the Paarl Reserve. This is a beautiful section of this the mountain up on the top here, remote, and really, really cool to watch. So Tapado Singer hanging on here at the back here, desperately digging deep. The encouragement you get from when you see them, you catch up to them.
Absolutely. When you can see them and you put in a bit of an effort just to get onto the bunch, and you know you can get that little bit of recovery. So yeah, I'm sure they'll be hanging at the back to get that little bit of recovery now, but they know they're back in the race, and yeah, take on some hydration and some nutrition. Yeah, you can see the race is easing up again, so they'll be recovering from.
Yep, they're all okay. We're all together here. Let's sit up for a little bit. We know there's some moments to come a little later on where we're going to put the hammer down, but right now, Schurter, Bauer, then we've got the Willia Vittoria team there, Brido and Avendetto, Colombo. There's Gail Gega and the men in red, South Africa's hopes today, Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier, and Fabian Rabensteiner and Simon Stiebjan, who are enjoying a really good week here, sitting in 4th place overall, having had a combination that was only forged the night before the event. There we go. Look at the top 5 as they pass through that split at 50 Ks done. They've rapidly gone through 2 hours of racing to do this 50 Ks. And then the next team is Meditze or Bayer, Poro and Stutzman, Honeycomb 226s, Pritzen and Vessel Buerter, Buff Megamo, Bart Allemann and Martin Stosik and Tapado Kenda FSA are also in the mix at the moment, trying to do just what the Tapado Singer and Orbea Lear teams have done and make contact. Jakob Dorigoni and Gioli De Cosmo are the Tapado Kenda team. Head down, Lucas Baum. Looked to have had a tough day yesterday, Lucas. He was perhaps, you know, each day one rider has not every day, but I mean some days one rider has a tough day, the other one rider has a tough day.
Yeah, and also to do with the climbing and the descending, and who's stronger on the flats. And obviously Lucas is really strong on the flats and the descent. So yeah, we can see him helping his team along here when it's starting to the gradient is starting to ease off.
And Steve John close to the meaty e-bike of his former teammate Stefan Sahm. And he's just hanging in here at the back here, dust everywhere. That's what it's about. I think that's one of the abiding memories of this year's, well, certainly the first half anyway. It might be in mud and slush tomorrow, but that the dust has been a factor.
But now you can see the second group is coming up. There's just 40 seconds between them, and they can see them again. Like, it's wide and open. You can actually see far ahead. And it's a group of 4 teams together, so if they sort out their stuff, if they get the good pace going, like the gap is not too big, they can actually make up to the front if they really work together. And yeah, also the front, they need to keep the pace high, otherwise it's going to be back to like 8 teams all riding together.
Yeah,
9 teams actually.
Yeah, they were on it there, weren't they? They weren't holding back.
They could see them.
Yep, they got the scent and were hammering up. Nice to see people on the mountain coming out to enjoy the opportunity to watch these riders and cool them down up the trails.
Sorry, just check.
Need to be careful with stuff like this. There's no outside assistant allowed. Of course, a bit of water and stuff like that, it's always more than welcome. But again, riders need to know the rule books in and out, and also their supporters.
Sorry, Richard, come on, bro.
So making their way up to the top of the mountain. It is a long, hard grind. The Grandmasters are in this mix, racing for the honor of wearing that jersey all the way through to the finish. And Albert factory teams, Ibon Zagasti and Kara Argard, lead that at the moment. And they are, well, a bit of a split here in this group. I think this is Ibon Zagasti, a real character from Spain, and they lead the Great Grandmasters, the GIC Great Grandmasters category. Steep ascents on the lower slopes of this mountain before they get to that reserve on the top. Big gaps opening up in the category here. On a day that the temperatures are, I think that the maximum is predicted to be about 28, 29 degrees. It's high in many people's eyes. That is hot, but it's a long way off yesterday's toasty, brutal conditions yesterday.
And the nature of the track being so tough as it is, sometimes you just want to go your own pace out there.
Well, here we go. This is the catch. This is the second group in the men's elite race, making contact with that lead group who've, you almost want to say they've just sat up and said, well, let's have them with us. That's what it looks like.
They didn't know, because it's so hard to get time splits out there. They don't know, and it's one thing looking far ahead, but when they go that fast, looking behind, it's always a bit of a challenge to kind of like spot who is behind and making out how big the gap is. So that's what we said earlier. They're all together again. It's probably something that none of them wanted to, besides the ones catching up. But you will see the pace at the front will start going hard again. There will be teams in there that are a bit more rested, and they know you don't want to bring too many into the next single track section either.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be a race into the single track. It's hard also when it's a partnership of 2, you know, who's going to take up the load when there's so many teams around. So, yeah, I think it'll be a bit nulled for now until we get closer to some single track.
Yeah, they've got a big loop around the top of the cauldron, the bowl, if you like, on the top of this mountain. And that'll all be pretty much this type of road. There's a cement road section that is brutally steep that will perhaps be a selection point. Vesselboerder. So who's joined this group? Let's do a little roll call to see who's got that. The lead group at the moment is, of course, Scotsram MTB, William Victoria, Oberleert Speed Company, Buko Chemchap, and Topado Singer. Those were the 5 teams, and have now been joined by Honeycomb 226's Mark Pritson and Vesselboerder. Buff Megamo, Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, the winners of the time trial on this race. Also in there, Topado Kenda FSA, Jacob Dorigoni and Gioli Di Cosmo in the red and blue kit. Insect Science are not in this group there, but Clementizia Orbea, Samueli Poro and Mark Stutzman are in this group as well. I think there's only one of the Clementizia teams in here. Yep. So that's pretty much the makeup of this group, just looking through it there. So 9 teams, you think?
Yes, 9 teams all together again. Yeah, the other teams were a little bit too far behind to maybe make that stretch. Those teams, 4 of them, they were all together. They were the 40, 50 seconds behind the front group. They were working together. There's another 2 teams behind, but they were 2 minutes 15 behind. They were probably out of reach. They couldn't get to the bunch in front of them. So I think this is going to be the group till the end.
Viralos, Alexis Skada, Annika Langville and Sophia Gomez Vierfan. Vera's looked so good all week in that team.
Vera and Alexis have looked fantastic all week. Exactly. They are really taking to this race, setting a hard pace on the front. You know, they both like a hard race, so they don't want it to be easy anywhere. So yeah, if they can set the pace, and a slipstream gives you a little bit of advantage, but yeah, being able to see and pick your line, you know, it keeps you out of trouble, and it's yeah, it's a safe spot to be.
And here come the third place Team Titan. Essie Honeycomb on the left-hand side, Hayley Preen on the right is Bianca Hall in her first Absa Cape Epic, and only got back on the bike after stopping in 2018 and focusing on other parts of her life, and now back racing, and my word, isn't she looking good, the former continental champion of South Africa.
They are flying on the flats, man. They can really haul. It's yeah, Hayley and Bianca are a great partnership. They're, you know, they're communicating really well out on course, and their power is just, you know, they're doing so well. It's great to see the South African jersey up there, you know, fighting for those podium spots.
Hayley, a former South African road race champion and time trial champion. She's a really versatile athlete, let alone cyclist. So, Benno, talk us through here. This is where you know, this is your game, yeah?
Yeah, that's where the feed zone number 1 for them. That's where all their team members are with the nutrition bottles. And you can see the teams are all together still, like they're catching up. It's 30 seconds between first and third place now, but they can see each other. That was like, the time map was most likely in the beginning of the feed zone. They're catching up now. They're getting their nutrition bottles. No one has any mechanicals. That's always good to know as well. No one stopped. The gaps are there a little bit, but they can see each other at that section as well. So hopefully Bianca and Hayley have what it takes to get back onto that group.
Drop down the tar road, and then they get to the task of the climb, and it starts to get real for all these teams. So Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada, Toyota Specialized, Titan Racing Essie Honeycomb, and Aunt Ella Bloor and Hayley Smith having a good day today, and the last few days they've just got stronger and stronger.
They're another great partnership. They're really good friends off the bike as well, and I think they have well, they've already caught back on. Then yeah, so the map girls they work well together. I know they've spent a lot of time in Paarl practicing the tracks as well, so they know where they're going around here. You know, they have their pacing strategy that they stick to every day, and they make sure they look after each other, and so that you can see that's really paying off in the later stage of the event now. Have they just gone past them?
No, I think that's
might be one of the men's amateur teams that has just gone past them up this climb. Yeah, it's a steep climb, this, but it is tar, and they'll be enjoying that opportunity just for now.
Yeah, and you can see that the ladies know as well, you're not allowed to draft of those amateur men's teams, so they're giving that team space and sticking to their own pace.
Now, here is a look at that men's lead group. Look at this dust, that is treacherous.
It is treacherous. It's just powder. You really have to, you know, yeah, you give some
caused
space.
A split there.
Yeah, if you're not on the other one's wheel, like the farther back, the last position is not where you want to be. Like, you cannot see anything. And looking at the speed again, over 40 km an hour, probably going downhill. It's just a big pile of dust, and your vision, there's nothing. There's nothing. You just follow the cloud.
Hope for the best.
Yeah, well, we heard yesterday young Tristan Nokia talking about following Marco Hubert down the last single track trail in pursuit of the lead, and they had to make up probably 20, 30 seconds. And he said, I shouted at him 10 times, I'm going to lose it, I'm going to fall, I'm going to go. You couldn't see a thing, and it's just almost eyes closed going down there, and that's what it's like. You've got to, and here we just saw them backing off because you just don't know what's happening in front of you. So they've got to chase back. Here they're coming back again. Mark Pritz and Vessel Buerta. There's Rabenstein and Steve John. They're just digging deep to come back. But those extra efforts eventually take a toll.
Yep, your best place to be is certainly on the front, the best side of vision, the less dust. Good time now to check in where your teammate is, how they're doing.
How did you two do that? What is the way of communication on the bike? Do you talk a lot?
Yeah, my French has improved. No, it's I think as well it's a lot less speaking sometimes. I remember last year I sometimes vocalized when I wasn't feeling so well, and I think you can't give away too much information to the other teams as well. So yeah, the best way is really to just look for your teammates, see where they are, look at their face if you can, see how their body language is, and then make an assessment of how they're feeling from there. If you can drop back and talk to them, that's even better. But you have to look out for your teammate.
So a couple now coming across to regroup in that what was a big lead group of 9 teams, and then it's fractured due to that fast descent with the dust, forcing riders to just be a little bit more cautious. But right at the front is where you want to be, Wout Alleman. He looks over his shoulder. His partner is Martin Stosek. He is in this group. And Wessel Boert is getting across there. At least Lucas Baum, in fact. I think that's Baum who might be rolling back. He is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he's looking for his partner, Gaugega, who's not made it back at this stage. But just a little bit of tempo at the front there to make those riders trying to regain contact work harder. That's a cruel game, this.
That is a cruel game.
Really, really tough. Alleman there, his partner is the second last rider in that group, Martin Stosek. So he's intact. That's why Alleman says, okay, we can go now. I don't want that other group to come back.
Yeah, you want to keep it as small as possible at any time. That was not ideal for the front group. They maybe waited a little bit too long. Now they have to refight for their position in between all those riders. I mean, that's 16, 18 riders at least that are right there at the front now. And the game starts all over again.
Yep. Reboot. Our race leaders in the Aramex women's category, they went into today's stage with a 14-minute, give it back a second, okay, 13:59. Anneke Langville and Sophia Gomez-Viefan, and the team behind them in the general classification, Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada, doing all they can to make today count and try and nip back some time there and maybe snatch a stage win. We'll wait and see if they can do that. This is on board with Vera, and in fact she's sitting behind them. So it is the race leaders who've gone to the front as they came off the tar road, the climb away from the monument, and they are on the front of the race. Anneke Langville and Sophia Gomez-Viefan. In fact, that might be Alexis in front. So a dynamic race happening with the Aramex women's race at the moment. So all sorts happening here in the women's race. We've got Samara Shepherd here. What do you make of all this?
I just saw Sophia waving to the camera, so I don't know if she's suffering too much. I think she's in a good shape, but it looks like they have just dropped Alexis and Vera on the single track climb. We can see a shot of Vera. She's working really hard, but we haven't seen Alexis. So
yeah, look at them go now. An opportunity for Anneke Langville and Sophia Gomez-Viefan to really put the hammer down and try and make this little opportunity count. This is Alexis in front here. Yeah.
So she hasn't realised yet.
So what's going on now?
So
as
that's
he goes
where,
past?
I think when you just got you're pushing so hard, it's you don't always realize. You think everyone's just behind you, but obviously Alexis hasn't realised that Vera has dropped off the back, and now the specialised girls moving on forward and taking the lead, and Alexis has to go back and look for Vera. It's going to give a lot of confidence to the specialised ladies that they can just ride their own pace now, and hopefully Vera can recover a bit.
Just out
Must
of
be
shot
near
there.
the top.
Yep, there we go. There's Vera and Alexis. So a little bit of a change in the dynamic in the women's race here. Vera and Alexis had been making a lot of the pace early on, and now they are having to, they're a bit on the back foot and having to do the chasing.
Yeah, as long as they make it back on them at the top, so they can actually ride those open roads a little bit more together, would definitely help. We all know how Annika how strong she can be on any flat sections on those open roads. She can keep the power down for maybe longer than the others, and yeah.
You know Sophia well. You've ridden with her. Annika, I mean, it's a phenomenal story, isn't it? The way she's come back.
Oh, absolutely. To have had a baby so recently, she's still breastfeeding. It's absolutely incredible. I heard she had to have 2 jerseys because she's not sure how much the baby would drink in the morning. It's, it's so close, but it's absolutely incredible. You know, a lot of women in different sports, they have babies and they come back even stronger. And, you know, Annika is just a phenomenal athlete. You know, there's a reason she's been the world champion so many times and won the Cape Epic several times. So, she's an absolute tough woman and has the skills as well, and it's awesome to see her, you know, stay in the sport and to want to come back. You know, she didn't have to come back. She's a dentist by trade. She's a mother now too, but she obviously loves the sport so much that she wanted to come back and try and win the Cape Epic again, and it's, you know, it's a fairy tale story to be able to do what they're doing so far.
They are phenomenal. They've won all 4 stages so far. Annika Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viervan. A little glance over his shoulder to see what the gap looks like, and that's what it looks like. You just catch a glimpse here into the screen of our second team, Pierre Lossa and Alexis Skada. We with the Aramex women's race on stage 4, day 5 of the Absa Cape Epic on the trails and the mountain around Paarl. It is the playground today for the very best riders in the world and thousands of amateurs who are making their way through this incredible untamed African mountain bike race. I tell you what, these trails are going to be tough today, but a little more forgiving than yesterday on the trails where the heat took a very, very big toll. How about this?
That's Aero.
You don't want to watch this. It is insane. The speed that these 2 men, Nino Schurch and Filippo Colombo, are going down this hill. Unbelievable.
Fearless. Yeah, they're the best in the world for a reason.
Bart Alleman onto the back there. Wow, that's high speed.
Yeah, you can see now they're having to leave bigger gaps between the riders just because of that dust and this pace. It's absolutely blowing the field apart now.
You'll enjoy that, that's for sure. And there are many further back in the field who will be looking forward to that. Incredible speeds and sight of these riders tucking in and getting as aerodynamic as possible to maximize the opportunity to get some free kilometers. It doesn't happen often.
No, not at all. And you take any opportunity you have, and you can see the position they get in, C-post all the way down. You make yourself like a little bowl just rolling down the hill as fast as you can. But then again, you're doing this at 50 k's an hour, and all you have is those little arrows that you need to look out for.
Yep. On the second team, Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, and this is the women's team, and that is the Honeycomb second team. Christian Janssen van Rensburg going through there for and they're racing in the Masters category, but this is Haley Perrine and Bianca Hall for Titan SC Honeycomb. Again, a team that's just got together in the last week or so before the Absa Cape Epic, because Danielle Vitoya, she is now, her husband Peter is riding for Paiga Eurosteel, but Danielle took ill at the Tankwa Trek and then wasn't able to get into the condition that she'd be able to ride with her normal teammate, her trade team teammate Bianca Hall. So Bianca teamed up with Haley Perrine, who didn't have a partner. She in fact rides for Team Honeycomb as well normally, but she doesn't have another woman on that team, so she was looking for a partner. And tell you what, they're a proper team, as are this combination. Sophia really has dominated that gravel scene in the States.
She's been slaying it. Every year you can see she's just been getting stronger and stronger every year. And the long endurance events that the US put on for the riders, you know, makes you really tough as well. So you can see this year it looks like she's almost doing it easy. You know, she's giving Annika the choice. Do you want to go in front on the descent? Sure. Do you want to follow my wheel on the climb? Sure. She'll do anything to help this team win, and she's got the strength and the skills to support it.
From the top of my mind, I can't remember exactly when it was she first came here, and she rode in the mixed team, and her mixed team fell out, and then she carried on as the Lonely Leopard and rode at the consistently fastest times on her own. Obviously, that you can do that, and it was like, wow, this is some rider. Well, now we know. They flash through the water point now, so we'll be able to get some time checks for you for this lead group. Scott Stram, Willia, Imbuko, Kemchamp, and Buff Megamo in this group. So those chasing, Albert Leitz, Torpedo Singer, Clementizia Albert, trying to make up ground. But there goes the hammer from the yellow jerseys, just winding up the tempo. Willia Vittoria, as they have been all week, right with them. An effort from the red jerseys to drag themselves across to link up with that quartet up front, and then it's Stosek and Vart Alleman. Wow. The racing starting to wind up now. We're getting down to the business end. Remember, the last sort of, what are we talking about? Maybe even 15, 18 Ks downhill and fairly, well, will be fast.
Will be fast. At the bottom, a maze of single track again. As they started today, more into the flat, but it will be hard to get away at those sections as well. So from here onwards, it's key to stay with this group, and then yeah, that was now water point 2. It's pretty much all the way down to water point 3, and from there onwards, it's a lot of single track again through the Spice route, similar trails that they saw yesterday, and then that maze of single tracks at the ground all the way to the finish. So they will see the finish, or at least the venue 10Ks before the finish, to take them around it again, as they like to do here at the Cape Epic. And then, yeah, 10Ks afterwards, they actually do get through the finish line.
You say as they like to do because like they take some pleasure out of it. It can be tough that when you come, I mean, it must be. There's the finish. Okay, we're not nearly there. We're heading off somewhere else, because you can hear it and see it, and it lures in, but you go in the other direction.
Absolutely, but there's something about that finish line that just draws you that extra energy. You're like, okay, head down and hunt it out. You know, once they get to the finish, you know, they've got an amazing support team behind all of these riders. You know, it's ice baths, it's recovery shakes, it's massages, it's, you know, everything you need to recover. So they can really just leave it all out there, and once they can smell the finish line, it's, you know, there's not much more.
So in a way, yeah, I mean, it's in a way it acts as a magnet. It actually drives you fast. It can be frustrating, but it can also be a magic. Here we go. School's in. Enjoy it. This is something special. Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo plunging down into the single track. I tell you what, they're going to get to the finish quite quickly, this lot, because it is down the side of the mountain here. The Hero Legacy Park awaits, which is the Toyota Tough section. And if you're behind, this is what you see, or not.
Yeah, so far they have always been under the estimated finish time. Today it will be at 10:20, making the race 3 hours and 20 minutes. I think they're going to be quicker today. Like the speed that they're riding, the group they are, they're probably going to beat it again by at least probably 15 minutes, the way they're riding. And yeah, it's incredible to see how quick you can get 80 kilometers done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Nino spends so much time here training in South Africa that he really knows these trails. You know, he would have prepped every stage. So he's taking to it out of the front, and yeah, he doesn't need to be too cautious when you know exactly where you're going and you have the best line of sight.
I don't think we've seen a single section of single track or trail at the sharp end of the race where Nino Schurter hasn't gone in first and made sure he's in the prime position where he wants to be. So here we go again, the Toyota Scott Stram pair laying it down, and no one else able to hang with their brilliance and their speed and skill. Look at this trail network. Absolutely spectacular off the mountain. And Mark Hubert, Tristan Norkier, they know this trail so well. This is their backyard in a way, and they are seconds off them. Look at the dust. All okay when there are just a couple of riders there. When there are a few more and the big bunches further back, that could be very, very tricky.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's any wind in the air.
Yeah, it's just sitting,
Just
isn't it?
sitting there in that berm, the light again, like you come from the shade into the sunlight, like you pretty much ride the whole thing blind. And then you hope for the best. You hope that the berm is still there, rideable, and farther back, they get soft at some stage because it's so dry. It can easily be that one of those berms just blows up and it's a big bunch of pile, and then yeah, it's you have to be on it.
Yeah, you want to wear sunglasses because you want to keep the dust out of your eyes, but then with the sunglasses, like you say, it takes a little bit of time transitioning between the light and the shade, and it almost makes you blind as well. So it's really tough out there in the dust.
Strap on, put your seatbelt on wherever you are, because yeah, that's hectic stuff. As we saw the use there of another wonderful innovation in the sport, the dropper seat post from Wout Alleman sitting behind him there, has made these men and women descend even faster and with more skill, which is fantastic to see. Hero Legacy Park as they drop down in towards the Spice Route now on the stage 4 of the route. The Spice Route is a real hub for the sport. There's a push bike pump track for the little kids. There's a bigger pump track. There's a cross-country course, 2 of them really, and the Andrew Neerting downhill track, and Needles DH is here as well. They won't be going down that at the moment, and these are the flow trails that are above Spice Route here. Beautiful, beautiful riding for these men and women. Off the top of the mountain. Get a chance to enjoy it. And, I mean, when you're riding it,
Yeah, I mean, you can only go so fast, you know. It is a real great opportunity to just enjoy the tracks, and you enjoy it with the riders.
There was a crash.
Whoa, someone's gone down there. There's a bike lying on the ground. There's drama now. Who is that who's gone down in there? That is a perfect illustration of the difficulties. So, Schurter and his partner is there. The Italians are there. That is possibly one of the men in red.
Guys.
Yeah, the Buko Kemchamp men. We will catch up with that high-speed pursuit. And risk involved, and a little mistake, and it can be very costly. Wout Alleman at the back of this group. It's deep in that bush there, so you don't want to see it, but let's try and work out which of these riders has gone down there. And there is that water point at the Spice Route as they get down to the bottom here. This is the venue of a South African Championship cross country and an SA Cup actually recently, National Cup Series just a couple of weeks ago on this very course. The pump track awaits, and there is that water point. That's not the finish line. It might look like it with that finish arch, but it's not. So Schurter, and guess when he is. That huge whip again from Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. It looks like William Vittoria are with them, and no one else at this stage.
Oh, that's...
Yeah, loose still and dusty and risky.
Yeah, my boys were racing this track about 2 weeks ago with one of the school series they have here in South Africa. It's just amazing to see, like, the kids riding here and getting inspired by those legends as well. Being able to say that you rode the same track as Nino Schurter, I mean, for a 6 and 9-year-old is pretty special.
There's so many fantastic trails out here for cross-country bikes. It's, you know, it's so cool to come here and be able to, you know, yeah, use these bikes and practice your skills with the corners and the pumps, and yeah, put it into a race situation as well. the whole way around, there's kids have come along and to watch on the sidelines, or the communities have come out through the vineyards that are working in the fields and out there supporting. It's, as a rider, it's such a nice way being able to be supported by so much of the community out there.
Wonderful. As you see, this group is sort of coming back together a little. The gap doesn't look so. And his teammate, yeah.
Yeah, quite interesting to see that they catch up on the group and then actually go straight to the front. It's still 9 kilometers to go, so that actually gives Team Vilja Vittoria and Scott a little bit of a break. Now they can just sit in. Then they're gonna race their lates, and yeah, it's gonna be it's a tactical game now. It's all down to tactics now.
Oh, this is fantastic. Tristan Nokier's dream continues, riding with the best riders in the world here, and he's holding his own, no question about it. He and Marco Hubert, he just loses the wheel of his teammate there, so he and Stosek have to shut that gap. And looking over his shoulder, Alleman just assessing what his efforts on the front there, just to ease it off here. And so, guys, we're gonna have a sprint here.
I think he noticed his teammate at the back there, and it's it's hard to communicate when you're that far apart and to get the best out of each other. So yeah, I think he's going back to check in, which is great to see, and maybe they can discuss a tactic for the finish.
Yeah, this team dynamic that goes on in the Absa Cape Epic. I mean, you don't ride as a team that often around the world.
No, mainly for the Epic series. I think it's becoming more popular. So it's great to share this kind of experience and adventure with a teammate. It's a bond that you carry for life. It's such a unique experience. But yeah, it changes the way that you ride. When you race for yourself, you race differently. You race more aggressive. You're committed. But here you really have to think of what's best for the team. And
you learn about so when you go to the other race, you've learned something about the other riders that you can implement and use. I mean, even your teammate you're racing against.
Yeah, you definitely learn about the other riders as well. And with the stage races, that can change day to day as well. Like who's feeling good, who's feeling bad. But in general, yeah, you get to know the strengths and weaknesses and your own as well to make the best team tactic.
No.
This section is very sandy. You want to be on the right line.
Oh, another team another group closing in. Yeah, that is going to be interesting, as they are not far off this group here. Do they want to bring a big group? They're going into the Winelands still track now. There's lots of turns and little. This is where they'll see that group fairly shortly coming back onto them. Stosek at the back. Oh!
Looks like he's suffering a little bit at the back there. Just vision and a bit of fatigue you can see settling in.
Loose trails, a hallmark of this year's Absa Cape Epic.
And the elastic effect as well. Just trying to accelerate, close that gap, accelerate. Not as smooth as if you're in the front couple of wheels.
Yeah, yo-yoing off the back of the group does take a toll, as you have to dig deep out of the corners. Put it on and then put the power back on.
And when it opens back up to the fire road as well, it's a longer distance to close.
Yeah, still 7 kilometers to go. Like this is a tough finish. Like yes, it's all flat, but because of the dynamics within this group, they are trying to get away. They try to open up gaps if somehow possible, but they're definitely not going easy right now.
Letizia Aubert, that's Samuel Porro and Mark Stutzman, and Jacob Doragoni and Gioli De Cosmo are the teams that are closing in on them on this single track. And they've still got, they'll finish this one, and they've got another section of single track, Broken Barrel, before they get to more for the fire roads and the open roads to the finish. Boy, we could be in for a mass sprint finish here. It's going to be fascinating. We've got a red jersey on the front, and then his partner is 5 riders back. So Nokia and Hubert are split. William Vittorio all right, the yellow jerseys all right. The riders coming down that fire road behind them will be looking across and thinking, how do we get there without jumping over the fence? You've got to ride all the way down the road. Sorry for you. So the broken barrel section awaits them now. On the back with Martin Storsek in the company of Stefan Sam, who's had the armchair seat in the front row of watching this dramatic racing. In a cool position. Yeah, it's quite twisty and turny, this section. They'll come back down and around and then head back up past where they've come past, and they'll be able to see that those chasing teams very shortly.
How's Mark Joubert's sprint? Do we know?
Yeah, we'll find out.
We'll find out.
I mean, it's good, but he's racing against some fairly useful sprinters here.
Yeah, if Christian makes it to the front first, he actually just has to sprint out one of the guys.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, we have seen that before with Matt Beers and Chris Bellevin. So those are all different tactics that you kind of like need to think of when you come into a situation like this. So it could be Christian knows he's not the best sprinter perhaps, and then leaving it off to your teammate to at least sprint out one of the others. Don't know, but 6 kilometers on those trails is still a long way.
Still a way to go, isn't it? Yeah. It's a slow boiler getting to the top as they snake through these Wineland farm trails, part of the network. Yeah, I mean, they're all connected. We've seen trails all around the mountain here and the farms over the years. Everyone realizing the value of offering trails and using some of their land, the land that isn't used for producing wonderful wine. And we've seen an almond farm. We've seen all sorts of wonderful produce being grown in these lands. Now look there from Tristan Norkier. He would have looked across. Look at the wind blowing there. A little bit of breeze. No, so
bit of gels. You can see some of the guys are getting their last gel out of the pocket just to be ready for that sprint. That little bit of energy. It takes about 5-10 minutes at least to get it into your system, right?
Yeah, even just the taste of it on your tongue can give you a boost. So they'll be.
Here is Mark coming to the front.
Right, so Marco Hubert, then the William Vittoria, Scott Stram, and it's the Buff Megamo team are the last lot there. Just again, all a little bit cautious. You've got to be very careful on those corners. Get it right. Look over his shoulder from Vardaman. Very, very good looking after his partner, Martin Storsek. Into the trail. Marco Hubert knew they were going into this trail, so they are back on some single track. Quite broad single track, might be said. Very visual. You can see your rivals for a while ahead. So those behind, chasing, Clementizia Aubert and Torpado, emptying themselves to try and make contact here. But they'll do well to catch up to this bunch. There's no holding back now.
You know, everyone's just as skilled and smooth through the single track as each other.
Who's got the desire? As Samara, you pointed out, the yellow jerseys don't need to win this stage. Try and tell that to Nino Schurter.
Yeah. No, exactly. But Nino they also know they're good in a sprint, and I think having already practiced the sprint yesterday, you know, they'll have a good tactic up their sleeve if they come for a sprint again. So I think they'll be happy to, you know, conserve as much as they can until that final effort.
Yeah, where you see it going.
And it's the two cross-country teams as well. They want to show who's the stronger, who's the faster in the sprint. I guess when it comes down to the sprint, those are the two to watch. It's going to be hard to out-sprint any of them. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, it's 4 kilometers to go. This is going to be some finish.
Okay, let's try and unpack how this pair, Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier, can go about winning the stage. Samara, what do you think?
Yeah, I think, you know, being as far forward as possible, sending one rider up the front, like you said, and try and at least sprint out 1 or 2 teams is a great tactic. But, you know, I wouldn't discount them either. You know, when you're this close to the finish line of a Cape Epic stage and you're in for a sprint finish for the first place, I think you find that extra energy too. So anything can happen.
Yeah, maybe they went and checked out the finish yesterday a little bit after the stage. Knowing the finish, what you get yourself into is super important. I mean, they do it in road races and stuff as well. The last couple of kilometers are super important to know. And probably, yeah, if they can keep everyone else behind, the tactics, just maybe going a little bit ahead, and then, yeah, it's so hard to say. They're in a very, very good position where they are right now. It's not as open as it was yesterday. Very different finish today than what they had yesterday. Yesterday, with the 3 kilometers to go, all open, wide and open, wasn't the best decision or tactics to attack that early. But today, I don't think there's too much.
Yeah, it's not very long,
no,
the run to the line here on the open roads.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be
First into that last left-hander.
Yes.
Well, Nokia and Marco Hubert are doing all they can here. They have thousands of supporters around Paarl and Wellington, where the Mbuko Chemchamp team are based. They know these trails. They desperately want to make amends for yesterday. Although when they crossed the line yesterday, they were high-fiving each other as if they'd won the stage. It was so good to see. I think they were just so energized by it.
Oh, Springbok or a little buck there. That's the last thing you want. Some wild animal taking your partner off.
And you're coming back round to it. Yeah, it might be a little confused, but Marco Hubert just checking back to make sure his partner and others were safe there. We've seen that happen before and end a race for a team. So there's the other team in the distance. They're chasing, but they will do well here, I think, to shut down this move. So Willia Vittoria, stage winners yesterday in the sprint, stage winners on the prologue. Behind them, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, stage winners on the first marathon stage. And behind them, the stage winners on the time trial, Wout Alleman and Martin Storsek. So those three teams have a taste of it. The team on the front, the red jerseys of Mbuko Chemchamp, Marco Hubert, Tristan Nokia, they want to join that party, the stage winning party, and be part of that this year at the Absa Cape Epic. Well, they've given themselves every chance here. They're right at the point they want to be. They look as though they are coming towards the end of that single track section. Tell me that man in yellow doesn't want to win this stage. He's right in there, isn't he? He loves it, and they all do. This is why they race. This is why you do this. Oof. Loose again, that soft sand. Marco Hubert on the front, yep. Tristan Nokia, Rido, Avendetto, Schurter, Colombo, Alleman and Storsek are in the least favorite position at the moment. They're marathon specialists and they're having to dig so deep to stay with this group. Look at them hanging off a bit here, Willie Vittoria.
Yeah, the guy is trying to occupy the best line possible. Definitely trying to make passing as hard as possible as well. The speed is high. Like they're probably gonna, yeah. Look at the cadence of Luca here. That's as fast as you can go. Now it's all about the last 2-3 corners that you got. The sharp. Yeah, you see Filippo.
Oh, Nino narrowed line. Yeah, took that line inside, gets past the William N. His teammate isn't. Now we are getting down to the business end of this this race. Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia. Marco has gone fairly hard. Tristan's doing a little bit of holding up there. This is the plan. This is the tactic.
That could be exactly like you occupy the lines. You send your one rider a little bit ahead. It seems like a very good tactic right now. Like Nino is actually not too far behind, but he needs to cut corners to get by them now. So Mbuka put them in a very good position.
Good tactics so far from the Mbuka Chemchamp team. Both men on the front there. Nino Schurter. You know, there's a sandy corner. We saw it yesterday as well, that little bridge. And a look over his shoulder from Nino Schurter to see where Filippo Colombo is. What he'll see is two Willia Vittoria riders before he sees his teammate. We're on the drive to the finish of stage number 4 of the Absa Cape Epic. Marco Hubert for Mbuka Chemchamp. On his wheel is his teammate Tristan Norkier. Third place yesterday, their best position. They're on third overall. What they would desperately like to do is to take the stage win today. They're fighting against 4 of the best cross-country racers in the business, in Nina Schurter, Filippo Colombo and Luca Braido. They played second fiddle to them yesterday. And on the back there, well, it may be that Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek. Well, Stosek is really digging deep at the back end there. They've got work to do.
Yeah, this looks like the same section we went through yesterday when one of the teams actually went off to the left. Today they are staying together. It's still quite a long way, and I hope that Christian and Marco still have what it takes to bring this to the end.
They'll make a left turn here.
Oh,
and
Nino's gone wide.
Very wide. They bunch up a little bit there, and then the acceleration out of the corner. So is this too early? It's a long drag, but it's look as though he's got a really, really good lead here. Looks over his shoulder, digging deep and driving it home, putting one man up the road and then relieving your partner to dice it out with the riders behind and try and finish it off.
That's a good tactic. But he still needs to outsprint at least, yeah. There's 3 teams in there, so you can't get lost. Otherwise, the whole effort is for nothing.
Tristan Norkier has gone up the road and left his partner Marco Hubert to fight it out with the big guns behind him.
Big guns.
No pressure.
There's a bit of pressure in this. How close they are.
And I think they're blocking him.
And now Martin Stosek goes, and the race is on now. The yellow jerseys, and they are hunting them down. Willia Vittoria, Stosek, his partner is Wout Alleman, the Belgian champion there. So it's all about the second rider across the line here, and Marco Hubert is struggling here. So their tactic isn't going to work at this stage. Here goes Tristan Norkier. He's at his very limit, but look at Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek chasing a second stage win here. Can Marco Hubert fight his way back? Tristan Norkier is going to cross the line, but it looks like it's going to be a fight between the other teams behind him. He'll look over his shoulder. Here they come. Wout Alleman, Martin Stosek. There's Schurter. He's in the mix there. Who's going to be the second rider across the line here? They dive for the line, and it looks like it may be Willia Vittoria who might have got that.
Oh man, the tactic was good. The tactic was good. At least they tried. You never know. He could have played out, but unfortunately this time it didn't, and it actually got them off the podium. Unfortunate for those 2 guys, but impressive to see them racing to the edge and trying anything possible, being creative with your race tactics, and no, that was some finish.
Wow.
Yeah, they had a plan and they gave it a go, and sometimes it doesn't work out, but hey, they were there.
Well, Tupata Kenda will charge towards the line now, and coming in 5th place, and behind them it is the Clementine Aubert pair of Poro and Stutzman. But what a race. Yeah, they tried and tried again. It didn't quite work. Different tactic today. And didn't work. What a good day for Mark Pritson and Wessel Buerter. Let's go to the finish and hear from the men in the heat of the moment.
Luca, an incredible finish today. Things just at last 5 kilometers was full throttle.
Yeah, it was a super tactical race today. All the day on the wheels and with a lot of riders in the front. Yeah, it was tough.
It looks like you got the stage win. Did you see that as well?
We win. Oh, cool. Abbiamo vinto quindi. Dai, happy for that. Another one.
It was such a good day today, and this is your first time riding these trails. These trails are incredible, aren't they?
Yeah, today was cool. It was fun. Also, only the last down is to dust. It's a bit dangerous. but all the other part of the track was cool.
All right, let's go straight across Simone. Simone took the stage win today. I mean, it just unfolded so quickly, but it looks like you both got across the line as the first team.
Yeah, we are super happy. Today was, I found it quite hard. Yeah, a lot of people coming back after the climb. And then, yes, again, like yesterday, tactical finish, but we are super happy.
Well done. Not going to make any time on the GC, but you're still in it.
Yeah, today was very hard to make the difference, but yeah, still other 3 days, so still a long way, but we are super happy for how it's going.
Great job. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, they didn't really know that they'd won that, but they were the two riders closest to each other in that bunch who sprinted across the line. Just 53 seconds between the top 6, 58 between the top 7 teams here. They were charging those other teams to try and join the party, but 44 seconds between Tupara and Imbuko. Well, brave effort by Tristan Nortje, banking on Marco Joubert to try and bring it home. It couldn't quite work out. Let's go back to the finish.
Well, Telemann, we saw yourself and Martin Stosek working really hard today. Tactical games was what it was all about. Martin shot off the front, trying to chase down Tristan Nortje. What was the plan? Did it work the way you wanted it to? Obviously not the finish you wanted, but incredible sprinting.
Yeah. Martin had the crash in the beginning, and then he was behind another crash, so we decided to do our own pace, and we came back on the last climb. And then I opened the gas to split the group. And the final, I asked Martin to wait until I gave him a go, but he went too early, and he was getting a bit overexcited, I think. But yeah, I mean, finally, in the end, we didn't lose time. So yeah, I'm disappointed, but yeah, a bit happy also. So yeah.
You did some big turns on the front. We saw you bringing in some proper watts at the front today, which means you're feeling strong.
Yeah, I'm feeling quite good, and yeah, it wasn't looking good in the beginning, and yeah, in the end we didn't lose time, so yeah, mixed feelings, but it's okay.
Great job today.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, Martin Stosek going a little bit earlier than Bart Alleman had wanted him to go.
Yeah, sometimes it's just also hard to exactly know how far it is and what to expect, right? And everyone is running at such a high level, and sprinting for 500 meters in these conditions, it's a tough game. It's a very tough game.
And you know yourself too, you know, it's a lot of racing is on gut, so it's yeah, sometimes you have to back yourself to make the right call. Wout is just riding incredibly strong this whole Cape Epic.
Confirmation that Alleman's looking behind. He can see Stosek's a beaten man, and there's the sprint there. So the two Willia Vittoria men getting home just ahead of Colombo, I think it was, who was the fifth rider across the line there. So dramatic sprint finish. Let's go back to that finish with Max.
Marco, straight into the ice bath. You guys rolled the dice today. You did everything you could.
Yeah, sprint finishes aren't our strength, but yeah, we just wanted to have a good day in the GC and yeah, control the pace where we can. Legs are good, so we're keeping it steady. Yeah.
I don't know if you saw, but right behind you in the final 2 kilometers, a little buck went between yourself and Tristan. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, we saw it. This is Africa, wildlife.
Tell us, going through the trails here, I mean, it's the first time we're seeing these visuals around the world. I mean, this trail network is something special, isn't it?
Yeah, Paul, there's so many trails, so many corners. You got to be, it's actually quite draining mentally, physical as well. So yeah, you just got to keep pedaling and eventually get to a 10K to go board, 5K to go board, 3K to go to 1, and then you finish. So yeah.
You hold on to third on the GC, so a good day. You can tick that box.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to do today. I think we put some time into our 4th and 5th, so yeah, that's good. We just want to keep chipping away.
Incredible to watch the way you guys are racing. Keep going.
Straight in the ice bath, Marco Joubert, and he and Tristan rolled the dice. They, as I said, not as he said, not the sprinting's not their game. They had to try something. Here's Max. He's chatting to everyone down there. Go, Max.
All right, we're in the thick of it here. The ice baths are looming. An interesting day for you today. A little crash. We had that little buck go in between yourself and Marco right near the end. I mean, things are happening.
Yeah, no, definitely was an exciting day. The pace was flat out from the start. We knew it's going to be flat out with all the sand and corners, and yeah, we knew we had to get first in that first single track, and we did. So yeah, just kept the pace high. The group split, come back, but then yeah, the group split up completely before the last feature in the last climb, and then had a little tumble down the single track, but yeah, nothing serious. Lost the group there, but well, we got back this last 10 k's again, and then yeah, there was this last 5 k. There was a buck going in between me and Marco that you usually see on TV. That happened today to us, and yeah, it was quite a scare, but yeah, we just kept the pace on and just tried to get more time on GC.
You held on to the All-African jersey and increased your position on the GC. We spoke to Marco earlier, ticking boxes day by day.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we had to keep running this last 15 k's, because yeah, the fourth team on GC was, I think, like a minute behind us. So yeah, we just kept the pace high, that they didn't come back and then just get more time on GC. So yeah, we're happy with that. We didn't bargain on a stage win on sprint finish. We just kept the pace high and tried to get as much time as possible on GC.
Incredible day, well done.
Thank you, Max.
Well, drama all round, yeah. I mean, hearing Tristan Nokia there, he had a pretty entertaining day. He had a fall and a buck, and yeah, the trails took a toll today on a number of the riders. Little falls, nothing too serious, and that's the key for these riders, not getting too banged up and damaged. As Abafmego's second team comes across the line now, let's go to hear from the yellow jerseys.
Filippo Colombo, second today across the line. You continue to hold your place on the GC. That sprint was crazy. Lots of tactics going on, so much happening.
Yeah, exactly. Super strange sprinting on two with two people. We actually didn't know exactly what to do at the end, and we were a little bit blocked. But yeah, at the end, the second place, we still a consistent day. I think from now on, the real mountains are coming. So yeah, for sure, it's going to be less tactical, I guess, next.
Your first time racing here in these Paarl Mountains, especially on the single track you did today. Did you enjoy it?
I love it. We spent some hours on training camps also around this mountain. Yeah, super nice riding, a lot of cross-country style. So yeah, was a very nice day.
All right, we're going to travel across to the other side of the ice bath now, and Nino Schurter going head to toe here with Filippo. Nino, a good day today, tactical and just incredible racing towards the end.
Yeah, it was a bit tactic race today. Mid-race, nobody really wanted to go anymore, and then yeah, we tried our chance in the downhill again, put them a bit under pressure. Yeah, and then he came again to sprint finish, and yeah, it was good racing.
It looks like the pressure worked. Tristan Nokia taking a crash on the downhill before the pump track. I don't even know if you guys are aware of it, but they did take he did have a crash there. They then caught back up again, got to the front those last 5 k's. They increased the tempo. We saw Tristan get up the road, and then we saw Martin Stosek just make an attack from the back, the last hope of faith.
Yeah, it's good racing. Like, yeah, some of a sudden we were like, I think 5-6 teams again, and it was exciting sprint. But yeah, our main goal was just to defend our lead. It's not our, yeah, for sure we tried to win, but the first goal, just don't lose any time, and we managed well today. And on one point we want to try to extend our lead a bit.
The finish is going to be very different going into Lawrenceford, specifically in the sprint. It's a bit smoother, it's a bit longer. Important to look at that finish, and because the sprint is where it's all happening right now, isn't it?
Yeah, as I said, our main goal is not the stage wins. Our main goal is to win the GC. So we are fine. If we every day take second in the sprint, we are completely fine.
Enjoy your ice spot.
Thank you.
Last one, guys.
Thanks very much.
Marco,
Max,
straight into
catching
the
up
ice
with
bath.
the leaders there, just on touching on those ice baths. I mean, this is just another edition of this event. That's not the team; that's the event that's put that on.
Yeah, it's the best way to recover after a really hot stage is to just completely immerse yourself in ice cold water and bring that core temperature down. So yeah, the fact that the Cape Epic organization have those ice baths ready for the riders straight after they finish is really fantastic.
Let's have a look at the race highlights from our UCI men's race today. Stage number 4, 80 kilometers, 1900 meters of climbing today, and a first fairly flat section, but that doesn't come without risk as well. And there's thick sandy drifts. Sometimes in a big bunch like that, a rider might go down or just lose traction and jump off. You can catch a glimpse there of, amongst others, Gayo Gega trying to remount his bike, and it creates a concertina effect back down the bunch as riders scramble to regain contact with the bunch or indeed their teammates. So David Serrano, Valero Serrano on the front here for BH Coloma. Matt Beers behind him. The tactic there for Beers was to try and string it out and see if Keegan Svensson could stay with him. Crashes in the blue gum trees here. Mark Pritson was one of those, checking the handlebars, made a hooked handlebar going through some narrow trails here as they made their way up towards Paarl Mountain. Early attack from Marco Hubert and his partner Tristan Nokia attack, but just an increase in tempo, which dragged with him the yellow jerseys, Nino Schurter and Philippe Colombo, and William Vittoria in second place. The Oberlier Speed Company pair, well, they were in there, and then that happened. Lucas Baum just losing traction and toppling over, nothing too serious, but it does slow the momentum and it does stall your progress. There's Keegan Svensson and Matt Beers. Bart Alleman and Martin Stosek, who had an earlier fall as well, chasing hard to get back the marathon specialists, also in their insect science, who started well today for their race day. They're having a fairly tidy day, the third fastest of the all-Africa teams as they flew down the trails towards the specialized hub, and it was a problem here for Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia. One of them drifted off course, went straight down the trail. Meanwhile, they had to turn right. So a little bit of extra pedaling to be done, but no real damage done. The damage was trying to be done by Tristan Nokia on the climbs, because he was trying to up the tempo, thin the group out, and put the yellow jerseys maybe under a bit of pressure and give themselves a chance of a stage win. No stage win, I'm afraid, for Keegan Svensson. Things did not look good for the American as his battling Absa Cape Epic journey with Matt Beers continues here. They have yet to cross the finish line as well. Up into the Paarl Reserve and the cauldron, the bowl that is in the middle of this wonderful Paarl Rock, and a fascinating dynamic ensued here in this race with a lead group that concertinaed and sprung back and forth. The dust created a problem, so 5 teams up front were joined by 4 teams behind as that tempo eased on the open roads. And then the dust, well, it's on a fast descent, and you just have to close your eyes and hope. Well, that is a risk that some didn't want to take, and therefore the gaps appeared, and so that group that couldn't stay in contact in that dust lost contact, and there's a problem for those teams as they have to dig really deep. And amongst them, Alleman and Stosek, and remember, they were in the mix right at the finish of today's race, so a big effort from them. Can you go any faster on a mountain bike? Probably not than Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, whilst also just looking over your shoulder casually to see who's coming with you. Incredible high speeds going down there. Alleman, having been dropped in that dusty little section, right back up with him there. He's in great form in this race. Then the sprint for the line. Tristan Nokia rolled the dice and bolted up the road for Buka Kemcham. His partner in red here, Marco Hubert, was in amongst the real sprinters. Martin Stosek, not a real sprinter. Well, he tried to do the same tactic. William Vittoria hunted him down, and it came down to a thrilling sprint. The yellow jerseys were in there. Alleman trying all he could to get in the mix and in between one or two of these riders here. For a while it looked as though he might just do it, but Stosek ran out of power. He went a bit too early, as did Tristan Nokia. He was about to be swamped as they came to the line at Fairview, because the race for the stage win was again between the cross-country specialists and the one marathon team, and it was going to be the William Vittoria team who managed to get their 2 riders over the line ahead of the second rider of both those other teams, and a victory for Luca Brido and Simon Avendetto, their third of the week. What a week they're having here at the Absa Cape Epic, and they hold their place in second overall. And after all that action in the men, and we now go to, it's lovely because we have two courses for you today, the men and the women, and we've got this race now coming to its conclusion as well. The way to go still for Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Villafan, and they are in a familiar position because they're at the front of the race once again. Benno?
Yeah, they are about 20 kilometers out. They just went through water point 2, it seems like it. There's only 3 teams that managed to get through the water point 2 by now. They have a bit of a lead to Vera and Alexis, 1.8, no, a minute and 19 seconds. That's the lead that they got, finding themselves in the leading position of the race again. They have a good gap. Seems like the crash for Monica yesterday did not affect her too much. Still able to push a very good pace, and Vera and Alexis are just a bit behind now.
You can see they're working really well together, just keeping a smooth pace on the front. You know, they've got no pressure on them to, you know, make any more time than they need to. They just want to get down here safely and get to the finish line.
Yeah, this is Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Villafan on that final trail, heading down the side of this mountain. It's 60 Ks. Remember, it's an 80 K stage. That 60 Ks is a little bit further up the mountain still, so that's just a confirmation of that gap that Benno, you were illustrating now. Fisher Infinity, SCV SRAM, Vera Lossa and Alexis Scott, the American champion, and Titan Racing SC Honeycomb. What another rock solid day from the all South African pair of Hayley Preen and Bianca Hall. Dusty and cut up, and well, if you think it's dusty and cut up now, imagine what it'll be like in another hour or two when the amateurs and other riders are coming down here.
Yeah, it seems like the women's race, there's never a big bunch together for too long. The first water points, yes, but it splits up quite soon after that, meaning that the riding here as a pair it's much easier than in the big bunch. You can roll through it, you ride your own speed, and it's much more pleasure to do it this way than doing it at the high speed within a big bunch where you can't see anything.
Yeah, well, Samara, you're sitting alongside us here, sadly not racing due to that injury, and you can vouch for the treacherous nature of these trails.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're following in the Congo line, it's so hard to see, but to have that space and just ride your own pace, you know, it takes a lot of stress away, and you can, yeah, you also can just enjoy it with your partner. You know, it's a nice point for the Toyota Specialized girls. You know, they will know from the water point. They'll be getting time checks out there, what kind of gap they have, and so for them it's just about keeping it smooth and getting down as efficient as possible.
Yeah, we heard Anneke being so honest and open as she always is yesterday about just being a little bit rusty on her mountain bike, and one would understand that. She's had plenty else going on in her life since she stopped riding 5 years ago. We're on board with our Bulls Media e-bike and Jesse Nixon following the lines of the race leaders in the Aramex women's race here at the Absa Cape Epic on stage 4, day 5. As we get down to the business end of the stage in this women's race, Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Villafan have once again stamped their authority on the race. They've not lost a stage yet, and the way they're going just at the moment, they're looking good. But there is still quite a lot of work to do as they come in towards the finish here at Fairview. It's really quiet now, just the vehicles waiting their riders to take them off to either their accommodation or to even just to the Twitter Camp, the second race village here, to get them recovered. But it's going to be a hive of activity. The elite men are coming in at the moment. We've had the major protagonists across the line, and another victory for the William Victoria pair of Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto in a thrilling sprint finish with the yellow jerseys. Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter were in the mix there, as were Martin Stosek and Wout Alleman, the marathon men. And so the racing is on. This is the, looks like the, might well be some of the Grandmasters in the mix here. But we have some difficulty just bringing you these images out of the mountains, and it's amazing that we are able to bring you these images on the bike from the race itself. Quite incredible, the coverage and how we've advanced the technology over the years, thanks to all the role players who make this happen. Who would have imagined some years ago that you'd be able to be on board the bikes watching the riders do this. It's amazing.
Yeah, this is amazing. Like, this really gives you a good feeling of what the trails are about, but then also how fast they go through them. If you follow the e-bike, you almost get dizzy yourself by just watching it. Gives you a very good intel of what it's about to be out there. Sometimes also when they ride in the bunch, how little vision you actually got. So it's great, and an amazing job actually for the e-bikers out there to be able to stay with the speed of the elite riders and give us those great pictures and imagery.
Down onto the pump track at the Spice Route. The cross-country course here is well, fantastic venue for the mountain bikers to enjoy, and they'll enjoy the pump track as well. But yeah, cross-country route, there's a flow trail, there's a downhill route. Spice Route here in Paarl has absolutely everything. And you can come and learn about how to ride and rail these berms.
Having these kind of facilities for communities, they make such a difference. It's a great place to learn to ride a bike. You develop new friendships at places like this, and you can take it from this to racing. So it's fantastic for the local community to have this opportunity to develop their mountain biking.
So let's just delve into how your progress into the sport. I think your father was a rider, wasn't he?
Yeah, my dad was into adventure racing and mountain biking, and locally we had fantastic trails to ride and a really motivated club that put on a race series. And once you have a taste of that and enjoy the thrill of racing and winning, and then you want to go bigger to national level, and then to Oceania level, and then onto the world stage. So it's not just about the racing and the thrill of that, but you start to meet people, like-minded people as well, and develop that community. And it's mountain biking's always been like one big family, we say. Everyone's really looks out for each other and wants the best for each other. And even if you're on different teams, people will reach out to you. Like yesterday after I had this crash and broke my hand, it's the messages that I've had from other people and the support has been just really, really beautiful. And it makes you want to stay a part of this community and keep riding your bikes, because it's a great people involved in the sport, and the places it takes you as well is just incredible for your life experience.
Yeah, well, here's a woman who retired from the sport, and yeah, it's a family. She's got her own family, which is wonderful, and she's blessed with Flora, her daughter, and Thomas is looking after Flora while she does her thing. But you want to stay bonded to that family. It's
yeah, and it's the sponsors specialise. It's amazing what they've done to support her through the years that she wasn't racing. They still kept her on, and was able to keep her involved in the sport. And now she's obviously shown that she loves it so much that she wants to come back racing, and they've supported that too. And she's proven that she's been able to come back and go straight to the front of the pack. So it's yeah, mountain biking's a special sport.
Yep, inspirational for these young riders, Hayley Preen and Bianca Hall, the young South African pair for Titan SC Honeycomb, doing their thing here and in third place, and not that far off the pace here, that's for sure. Vera and Alexis are in there as well. So this is a good race as they head towards the finish here. Will it come down to a sprint? I don't think so. It looks like that this pair will be in the best position to make it another stage win in a row, fifth in the row. But as we've seen with the men, there's still quite a lot of riding to do down once they've gone underneath the St. Paarl Road.
Yeah, the gap is around a minute between first and second. Gonna be hard to make it up by yourself, but who knows? Maybe the third team is joining up with Vera and Alexis, and they maybe can work together. We saw it in the men. It's not impossible because there was also two groups. They met up at the top, and they brought it all the way down to the line. And it was 4 or 5 teams down at the finish. The gaps now, it's 1 minute to almost a minute to second, and 2 minutes 15 to third place. So it looks like the women field has spread out a little bit more than the men for sure.
There's nothing like that motivation to win a stage here.
Absolutely not. Any time you can get on the podium or chase for that win is, you know, you can represent your sponsors and everyone who's been behind you, supporting you for the event, but also, you know, for the whole season and years before you. So yeah, you want to thank everyone as much as you can, like these guys are now.
On the podium in the men's race in the UCI category, Bart Alleman and Martin Storsek. Then in second place, Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter. And taking the win, another great day out for Willia Vittoria, Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto. Aren't they making their first Absa Cape Epic a special one? Another win for them. They've had the jerseys after the first day. And then they've lost it, but only 43 seconds between them. What a race we've got on our hands as we look further up the road. We've got the Queen stage tomorrow, heading over the mountains through Stellenbosch and all the way to Lawrenceford. Various huge climbs that they have to deal with there. And then 2 big days around Lawrenceford and Helderberg is going to where the drama will finally come to a conclusion. Through these bush vines, it is Anneke Langveld following that rock steady wheel of Sophia Gomez-Viervan, a wheel you've led and been behind before.
Absolutely, she's a very strong, smooth wheel to follow. So I think Anneke leading down down that last descent. I think it's Sophia. She'll take it to the line now.
Yellow again for Nino and Filippo. Well done. They are secure in that to a degree. When you look at an 8-day race and you are now 5 days in and the lead is less than a minute, then you know you've got some serious racing on your hands.
It's been great racing by the men and the women.
Yeah, here we go. This is Sophia Gomez-Viervan will lead Anneke up and onto the banks of the dam with Jessie Nixon, our media e-bike, hooked in on the back wheel there. You grew up in New Zealand and then moved to Australia. Where are you based now? Where's your home? Where do you call home?
Home is in Wollongong, Australia.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So the only UCI bike city in Australia and Oceania. So it's a lovely coastal city with a beautiful escarpment full of trails. I moved over there 9 years ago when I met my husband Kyle. That's where he was from. At the time, there were more opportunities for mountain biking in Australia than there were in New Zealand. And so that's where we went to, and then, but yeah, you're there, but then you have to travel so much. Most of the racing has been in Europe or in America, so yeah, we're there for the summer season and then head over abroad to race in the European or North American season.
So when you head back to Wollongong and you go and have a coffee and you bump into some people and say, oh, I've just done, you tell them I've just been at the Cape Epic, will they say, oh, I know that?
Oh, yeah, we know about this race for sure, yeah. Even in New Zealand, I was there over Christmas time and I went into the gym in Christchurch and, you know, they were playing Cape Epic in the gym on the TV. It was like a 10-year-old video, but they were playing it over and over again. And yeah, everyone knows Cape Epic. There's another New Zealand team here with the Oliver brothers racing as well. And yeah, like I said, it's something I've always wanted to race because it's just, you know, it's the toughest mountain bike race in the world. It's, you know, the trail networks are so good. The coverage is incredible. It's just such an inspirational challenge to take on. So, yeah, to have had the opportunity from little old New Zealand, you know, it's a real privilege. But also, you know, we're such an outdoor kind of culture as well. You know, New Zealand is full of mountain bike trails and people who love to take on, you know, challenge day on day out challenges like this. So. It's a lot of. I think more Kiwis are actually racing this than Australians this year.
Yes. Many, yeah, Ben and Craig Oliver going well in the men's race at the moment, and these two women are absolutely crushing the women's race right now. It is superb to see. Sophia Gomez-Viervan and Anneke Langveld are in charge in those Chivita orange jerseys as one of the amateur men's teams just drifts up alongside at their peril, because they will be hunted down if they don't keep the pace going, and they'll be passed.
You never see them far apart from each
Yeah.
other. Their communication has been incredible. Yeah, they're always looking out for each other and holding the wheel as tight as possible.
The team now has got to get ahead of Annika and Sophia, but we just caught a glimpse there of Alexis and Vera. So, if we can look up that road, can we see where they are? Not quite. Have they got it in the tank? Alexis Skada and Vera Losse, last time check at 67 Ks, 51 seconds behind Toyota Specialized. Titan Racing SE Honeycomb, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Monica Calderon and Tessa Kotkas, 6:49 back in 4th place. And Katarzyna Sosna and Claudia Peretti, 7 minutes down. So here's a look at that gap via our helicopter. Andrew George flying it through to see what that gap is. That's quite a large gap, bearing in mind that we've got the race leaders up front there. 51 seconds, maybe a bit more than that. Where are we? Probably 8-9 Ks.
Yeah, somewhere there. We're not too far off anymore. That is, yeah, the flats at the bottom, lots of left and rights, and there's a couple of open roads. I wonder if they can actually see them. That's a long stretch. I don't know if they could see them that far ahead. But again, like as soon as you get eye on someone in front of you, they're going to be extra motivated, and they, of course, they want to keep the gaps as small as possible.
Yeah, these open roads. You saw Annika just looking over her shoulder there.
Yeah, I mean, they only need to win the stage. They already have a lot of time, so they won't want to burn up too many bickies if they don't have to. But yeah, they won't want to give away the stage either. So it's just communicating and checking out where your components are and trying to be efficient to the finish line.
Another glance from both of them there. That tells you they also want to win this stage. They are winners. I mean, Annika has only not won 9 stages of the 44, I think, whatever she's ridden. It's phenomenal, isn't it? And so she wants to keep that run going here. So she's on the game, and they don't want to slack off one bit as they chase another stage victory here. But we talked about, can they see them? Well, you know, if they catch a glimpse of three bikes up ahead, you know that's them, because that's the Media e-bike just tailing Annika and Sophia now with
and also
Jesse
the
Nixon.
helicopter.
And the helicopter,
Helicopter as well. Like, that's always the best indication to know where the leading riders or the leading bunch is. And you know, if you can see the helicopter, you're not too far away from the front.
So powering, they've still got that 2 single track sections, the Fynbos and Broken Barrel sections to ride, and there it'll be quite apparent as to where your closest rivals are on the race. So Bianca Hall and Hayley Preen doing South Africa proud. They've ridden so well for the Titan SE Honeycomb team in the red jerseys, the Absa African women's leaders. And they're in 3rd on the trails and 3rd overall as well. Impressive riding by the team, just scratched together before this race, put together by the Titan Racing and Honeycomb teams. Good to see. Soft sand, loose here. Lots of, and then it's very odd to see a big puddle, which is, we haven't seen any water on the trail anywhere for the last 4 days.
I think the forecast might be for a bit of rain coming up
It is.
tomorrow. Yeah, so that could make things interesting. And I think it's not just a little bit of rain. Was it 30 mils in an hour or something like enough to turn the dust into mud, perhaps?
Yeah, there's a prediction overnight of a large downpour overnight. So, yeah, there could be some muddy trails tomorrow morning, and they could be starting out of the rain, or in the rain tomorrow from here at Fairview and heading over the mountain to Lawrenceford. And, you know, there's another dynamic to add to the Absa Cape Epic, as we've talked about the heat, which was yesterday's big issue. And the rain may come late this afternoon here in Paarl, and yeah, if it rains here, it'll certainly rain in Stellenbosch. Once over in the Lawrence area, it's your part of the world, that side. Sometimes the other side of the mountain can be different, but I think we'll get rain there as well.
Yeah, we had a couple of stages in Lawrenceville before. Very, very wet. Unforgettable stages, I would say. Especially for the back markers. They had some drama there for sure. It has its own little climate in there. Like, it's such a big bowl. It's this whole place in there. You can have nice sunshine in Stellenbosch, and then you just get over the mountain, into the clouds, into the fog, and it rains in Lawrenceville. You never know. But tomorrow it seems like the whole stage is going to be very cloudy, rain as you mentioned. It's not going to be cold, definitely not cold, but you never know. It can be chilly at the top as we are reaching some of the highest points during the Cape Epic this week.
Well, Samara Shepherd, you've been sitting with us here. Very, very great to have you with us. As I keep saying, it's very sad you're not racing. But I'm just a bit concerned about the pain that might be coming. You're right with the meds at the moment. You don't need to take another dose. Are you okay?
It's good to have a mind distraction.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, lovely to have you part of our team for today. It's so cool. When are you going to stay till the end of the race?
I think I might have to go home early just to get the surgery done. But yeah, we haven't made a confirmation yet, so we're still seeing. It's nice to see these tracks. I'm in awe just watching the riders. It looks absolutely amazing. You can see Sophia. They've just passed an amateur team, but yeah, it's so many people out there just enjoying these trails. You know, it's a very special part of the world, and yeah.
Lovely, lovely.
Nice to be able to live the race through the riders.
Yes, yes.
We would rather see you in the race.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Just to make sure that you know as well.
Yeah.
It was good following you the last couple of days.
Yeah, rather be out there riding. As you would say, that single track is now where the top teams in the RMX women's race are. Lexus Skada just behind Vera Lossa, the Namibian and the American riding together again here at the Absa Cape Epic and doing an excellent job, because there is the lead team, the orange jerseys of Toyota Specialized Langville and Gomez Viafan closing in on the finish of stage 4. 80-kilometer day today, 1900 meters of climbing, and plenty of drama already. But thankfully, we had drama for Anneke Langville yesterday with a couple of falls, the second of which was a very nasty one. She's recovered well enough from it to not show any seemingly any issues with it at all today. Looked absolutely
absolute professionals, those two.
Away they go. They're not taking any risks, just a glance to make sure that the rider closing in you isn't our closest rivals, and that, you know, you're riding there and you think, how close are they? You never really know. You think they could be 5 minutes, but you think they're a minute.
Yeah, when the trail turns in spaghetti like this, you know, you see it could be 2 minutes or it could be 30 seconds, but yeah, it looks like they've got a comfortable lead of over 30 seconds at least, so they can just keep it smooth, which is what they're doing.
Beautiful riding, snaking through the Fynland farm trails there. Some fynbos to explore in amongst the vineyards and farmlands here on the flats around Paarl, just below Paarl Mountain, which looms on the right-hand side, where thousands of amateurs are still wending their way across the mountain before coming down here. They'll be eternally grateful for the cooler weather conditions today after yesterday's very, very painful day in terms of the heat. But a reprieve today. So the Fynland Trails is where we are with Anneke Langville and Sophia Gomez Viafan. Should we go to the finish and hear from some of the masters who have just crossed the line?
Paarl, you're still ahead on the GC. Team GRC 1 minute 50 seconds behind you after stage 4. You guys look like you worked hard today.
Yeah, I was tired. I had some stomach problems at the start, so it was bad. And from the very beginning, I felt really down. Yeah, and it didn't get better. Then I crashed. Yeah, it doesn't look so good. So yeah, I hope I'm gonna be able to continue tomorrow again. And I'm going to medical clinic right now.
Well done. Congratulations. Tomorrow's another day. We'll see you then.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, everyone they seem to be talking to has had a crash.
Yeah, a crash and also the stomach troubles. You know, this is the first time I've come to South Africa. It's my 5th trip, and it's the first time I haven't had terrible stomach troubles as well.
Yeah,
so
okay.
you know, I think it's a little bit of training the gut this year. We totally loaded up on probiotics as well, and then it's the GI stress of trying to, you know, take as many carbohydrates on board as much as you can during the race. You know, everyone talks about at least 100 grams an hour, and you know, days after days of drink mix and gels can mess with your system. So it is a delicate operation.
So the race is on in the women's category. Vera Loss and Alexa Skada really on the game now, hammering home to try and close that gap. Just a quick word about that Masters. I can tell you, Gonda and Luti are the leaders. They were 3rd today. Christoph Sauser and Corey Wallace won the stage today ahead of Craig Uriah and Charlie McFall by 1 minute and 3. You're a racer, you race to win.
Yes.
No matter how many of these things you've won, eh?
Definitely. They tried yesterday. Spoke to Carl Platt after the race, and they said Corey made the race super hard right away from the beginning. Seems actually that he's the stronger rider out of the 2, apparently. Yeah, apparently that's the word in the peloton. Impressive from Corey to be able, and again, he knows what's coming ahead.
Yeah.
Like, he's not going to slow down. He's used to this ultra marathon stuff. So it's impressive to see how they keep it together, and I guess hopefully they also moved up in the ranking again. They were just slightly off the podium yesterday because of some time penalties they got, but yeah, they're doing very well. Congrats.
Carl and Calais, the former leaders, they finished 4th today, 4:39. Let's focus now on our elite Aramex women's racing, and this is the 3rd team on the road. It is Titan, SC Honeycomb, Bianca and Haley, the South Africans. Tiger line into the next piece of road.
Yeah, you have to be careful out there. There's so many of those little thorns off the side of the track. You know, it might be a quicker line through there, but it's also a risky one.
Setting up to enter the single track now on the Fynland farm. Haley Preen on the front here, Bianca out of the saddle. She's, yeah, it's the deep end of the race. It's the first Absa Cape Epic for Bianca Horsey. As I said, 2018 was her last competitive year as a mountain biker. Predominantly on the cross country. She did a few World Cups. She went to the World Championships in Australia as an under 23, a continental champion as well. But getting back into the sport, having been working and doing other things away from this, but still keeping active. And then the early last year, she did the Tankwa Trek with her father, Glenn, and so enjoyed it. Decided, you know what, let's give it another go, and started racing again. And very quickly was picking up good results.
Yeah, very nice to see her coming back, and sometimes you have to leave it to realize how much you miss it, right? And that's the perfect case here. Like, she was gone for a good while, always been on a bike. That's also how she could get herself into shape that quickly again. But it's the environment. It's not just the riding. It's also the people you miss. Sometimes those events are the only time you see your friends that you may saw a year ago, right? Because it's that one specific event you hang out with, and it's a whole racing community. Everyone thinks alike, so it's always a good time to hang out.
Yeah, and in South Africa, obviously you have these trails at your doorstep, so you're so used to them, and they're racing. They've already had so many races already on this summer, so a lot of them are coming into it with some race legs. And like you say, it's just, if you're having fun, you know, it doesn't feel like you're training. You're just going out there and enjoying it. And if you've got community, you've got group rides you can join, or another person you can, you know, go out and explore some trails with. It doesn't feel like a hard work, so you can really pick up the strength and the skills again pretty quickly, and it's so cool to see her come and do that again.
Yeah, here we are. Also a returning rider in Anneke Langveld. 5 wins out of 5 starts at the Absa Cape Epic coming into this race. And you talked a little bit earlier, Samara, about, you know, coming back, and there's you've got a proud record. You've never lost a race you've entered. So she, you know, there was a bit of risk involved in coming back. And yes, if she doesn't win it, she doesn't win it. But yeah,
Yeah, when you have a motor like Annika
Yeah.
does, and you have the skills like Annika does, you just need a little bit of training. And she has already done a gravel race this year that she won in Santa Vale, so she's already proven that she's in good form. She would know as well as her husband what level she's at as with the whole team, and she wouldn't be here if she wasn't ready. And it's just incredible how recent she had a baby and that she could already be on this form. So what an inspiration.
Floor is 7 months, I think.
7 months, yeah.
It's mind-boggling, but a little tight switch back there. So gravel racing, talking of which, and Sophia's the preeminent racer in the States. Annika comes knocking on the lifetime door. Could be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she's going to focus on the lifetime, or there's also like a Gravel World Series, and the UCI Gravel Series. It's just booming everywhere at the moment, gravel. And it's similar to this marathon mountain biking in that it's a mass participant event, obviously, so you can have that elite category as well as have absolutely everyone out there. So it doesn't require a huge level of skill, so it's easy for beginner riders to get into as well. The events are just vibing and popping up all over. So yeah, it would be great. I think Annika said she was going to target Unbound as well, which is obviously the biggest gravel event in the US. So it'll be super cool to see what she can do there. I've seen her do some training already this summer with the specialized road team, so she's got that strength and that leg turnover that you need for gravel racing. No doubt she'll do well.
Yeah, absolutely. She doesn't do anything by half measures at all, does Annika Langveld, as she and Sophia Gomez-Villafañe set up now and prepare to put another feather in their cap with another stage win. They are looking very, very good for it at the moment as they head for home on stage 4 of the Absa Cape Epic. 3 hours and 45 minutes, that cumulative time on the bike over the week, but it's seemingly unaffected of this pair as they continue to keep a high tempo and drive for the finish. With the second team, Vera Loss and Alexis Skada, trying desperately to get within touch, but just not being able to shut it down. The tempo is very high from this Toyota Specialized pair.
Yeah, you can see Sophia, she's got so much experience in this race and just in racing over the years as she's been improving every year. So I think she's offering a lot of skill set to this team as well, helping Annika through and through the lines, but also, keeping up the encouragement and the communication. Sophia's a really great communicator like that. So it's, it'll help her with this. And like we were mentioning before with the gravel as well, I think Annika is really also benefiting a lot from this partnership.
Well, Sophia has been on the front for much of today, hasn't she?
Absolutely. Annika's been leading a lot of the downhill single track where you get the best sight line. And then we've often been seeing Sophia at the front on the climbs and along the flats as well, breaking the wind and setting the pace.
Very steady, very strong, and very dominant as well. The Toyota Specialized team, 13 minutes and 59 seconds at the start of today's stage, as they close in on the finish of the stage. That lead is looking like it's going to be opened up a fraction. Just you wonder why they're going a bit heavier. That sand that just grips your tires as you hit it.
Yeah, exactly. It just sucks you out sometimes, and your energy as well. It just pulls you in. Often you try and find a line along the grass or somewhere where there's a bit more traction and you can keep a bit more of your speed high. But yeah, sometimes you just have to follow and go. This is the finishing section from the stage 2 stages ago. That's a little bit.
Yep, they are
so
following
they know where they're on now.
Yep.
A rough grass section.
Yeah. And one of the amateur men just going past on the outside there. But, it might be that he was a lonely leopard, that I think, in that jersey. But no problem for Sophia Gomez-Villafañe and Annika Langveld here. Then another just supreme performance again from them.
From the start on, they were always in control of the race. They were always together, keeping an eye on the other teams, and then again, they don't want to play tactics. They don't want to bring a big punch to the finish. And why would you? They're clearly the strongest at the moment, and yeah, they pushed hard halfway through. They got the gap, and they managed to keep that gap wide open, and they bring it back to the finish. So last water point was 51 seconds, back to second, and I doubt it's going to be much less now coming and rolling into the finish.
Highly professional, highly skilled, and superbly prepared and trained. They're executing their race strategy here at the Absa Cape Epic with precision and great teamwork, and that's ultimately what it comes down to. You cannot do this any other way. You cannot win this any other way other than having exemplary teamwork.
Yeah, and they're really well-matched partnership as well. You know, they're both highly skilled. They're both strong on the flat. They're both really strong on the climb. So they're really able to just get up to a good speed and keep it motoring.
So the helicopter is an indication to those at the race village that the Aramex women's race leaders are closing in on the finish on this dead straight road. They'll hook a left into the precinct, and that will be the finish for Sophia Gomez-Viefan and Anneke Langville. Perfect execution again here, just applying the pressure when required early on. Vera Lossa and Alexis Skara looked to try and take the racing to them, but as they went up onto that mountain, the Paarl Mountain, so this pair started to get away from the race, the second place team of Lossa and Skara, and so they are in second place on the trails, and second place also on the general classification. Last 51 seconds when last checked, and yeah, they'll be emptying their tanks to try and close that gap. They don't want to lose any more time that they can possibly help, and you can bet that Vera and Alexis are doing that. And behind them, Titan Racing SE Honeycomb. There's the turn. So in towards the finish, it is the Toyota Specialized pair. Anneke Langville and her partner Sophia Gomez-Viefan turn in another brilliant, brilliant ride. Make that 5 this year, 5 stage wins on the trot. Incredible riding, totally dominant, hungry for success, and a beautiful team. Well done to Toyota Specialized as they take their 5th stage win and increase their lead in the Aramex women's race. Anneke Langville and Sophia Gomez-Viefan, again looking over his shoulder, not really sure of how close Vera Lossa and Alexis Skara, that's how close they are. Here they come. So this has been a really strong chase from Vera and Alexis, putting everything out there, never giving up in that pursuit to hunt them down. And this is as close as it's been as Alexis leads them in towards the finish here. The American champion and the brilliant strong rider from Namibia, Vera Lossa, the efficient Infinity SCB SRAM pair, 2nd place on the stage today. A gutsy, determined ride by this pair, and they'll cross the line in 2nd, the same position they hold on the general classification. They've taken, they've lost around 49-48 seconds on the general classification. And look at this, the Titan SC Honeycomb pair are right on their wheels as well. What a ride from Haley Preen. Look at the broad smiles on their faces, their bubbly personalities shining through again. Haley Preen and Bianca Hoare. Final few pedal strokes. There's Glenn, Bianca's father, shouting from the side trail, go, go, go. And they are about to finish. And so they should be delighted with their performance today. The African leaders and 3rd on general classification. Titan Racing, Titan SC Honeycomb. Well done. So quickly in, aren't they? Let's go to Max Kleur at the finish with the stage winners.
Sophia, looks like choc chip cookies and milk is the secret formula for you today.
Yeah, always carrying some extra carbs out there. No, but we had such a solid stage. Like, we just didn't know how we were going to feel after the few mishaps we had yesterday. And, you know, our plan was to always be conservative. Like, if we need to let people go on the single track, we'll let them go. Like, I think we know that we're probably the strongest climbers out there. And I think when Vera and Skarda saw that they had a little gap, they would really push, but then anytime we went uphill, we really closed the gap, and somewhere after the first feed zone, we were started to overtake, and Vera screamed to Skarda, and Skarda attacked and just left her behind, and she had no idea. And then we looked at each other, we're like, I think this is where we just go up to Alexis at our tempo, and we just rode like a nice steady pace to the top, took it super conservative on the downhill. Like we don't want to keep buying land out there. So yeah, and then on the pump track, that's when we started to see the girls, and it was a little bit of cat and mouse, but yeah, we had a super solid day.
Annika, a good day for you today, a better day for you today, look better out there on the trails. How good are these trails? It's the first time you've ridden them over the past 2 days, and you really have a good feel for them now after 2 days. There's a lot of work that goes into this trail network, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of trails out there. I mean, I can see that it has been dry for some time because it's a lot of dust surfing and some ruts and stuff. But it's nice trails, and definitely for me a much better day. My goal was to kind of recover a little bit from yesterday, and my partner was just looking after me so well out there. So yeah, that is really what got me through, and a lot better feeling today.
Increased your time on the GC over 15 minutes now in the lead. Always good to just increase that buffer and cut away at it day by day.
Yeah, a good buffer is always nice because you never know what can happen in the upcoming days. So yeah.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
36 stage wins at the Absa Cape Epic now for Annika Langveld, 9 for Sophia Gomez-Viefan, who won this in 2022 and with Hailey Batten, and looked very strong there, and she's continuing on that this time. So brilliant racing by Toyota Specialized. They hold the lead, increase it a little, but some really good racing. The top 3 teams within a minute and a half of each other. Let's go back to hear from the other 2.
An interesting day today. We saw a lot of coming and going, a bit of a concertina effect. At one stage we saw Alexa get away on one of the hill and left a bit of a gap to you. So hard to get back mentally there because you finished and you consolidated really well towards the end.
Yeah, I think we finished strong. That climb was hard for me. It kind of never ends. It's like starts with a single trail and then tar road, and then at the top it's gravel road, and then it's like going. But I think we kept it consistent, and I mean we didn't lose too much time at the end. But the racing all in all is very close together, so I think it's still going to be exciting.
Just under 15 minutes now on the GC, I think 14 minutes, 49 seconds, so minimizing the damage at the moment, but the Absa Cape Epic's all about just making those small gains every single day, and you certainly are making those gains on 3rd place at the moment.
Yeah, I think 3rd place was also racing really well today though. They were hot on our heels as well. But yeah, 15 minutes, it sounds like a lot, but anything can happen really quickly. And we're still racing out there. I mean, we're racing for a stage win or whatever. We're not just racing for the GC. So we're not here to drink tea, eh?
That's brilliant. How do you take your tea, with milk and sugar?
Only milk, please. And a rusk.
Let's get Alexis.
Vera Loss.
Alexis,
wonderful,
hi.
wonderful.
Welcome.
Let's stay with Max.
Yourself a little bit from Vera at one stage, but coming back together again, it means that you've got good legs.
Yeah, I felt good. I felt like the legs were there, and I was definitely pushing hard at that point because we were trying to pressure on the leaders, and you know, sometimes you get a little excited, and so just trying to pace it. We just paced it a little differently, but I think it's better to back off, so it actually was good that we backed off a little bit and were strong towards the end and really closed it towards the end.
Nice to be a bit cooler on the finish line today.
Oh, it's so much better. This was a good day.
Tell us about the South African team today. Hailey and Bianca, they had a good day, didn't they?
They crushed it. They were not far back. I think all the teams were pretty close. I'm not sure what the gaps were, but within a minute it seems like. So that's kind of exciting.
Well done. I did hear your song get played today on the call-up. Did you hear that?
I did. Yeah, that was fun.
Well done.
Thank you.
Crossing the line, the Canada ISP sport pair, Monica Calderon and Tess Gotkas, have put together another solid day, and they will finish 4th today in the Aramex Women's UCI category. So we've heard from the top 2, Annika Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viefan, and Alexis Skarda and Vera Lossa. And the 3rd place team, 90 seconds or 89 seconds between the top 3 teams in the category here. So some close racing today.
Very close racing, and it shows that they're all recovering more or less similar each day, so it does make it each stage, you know, up in the air for anyone could go out there and win it. So yeah, I think tomorrow's going to be another really exciting battle with the group of ladies out there.
Yeah, this is another team coming charging across the line. Paarl Mountain, Katarzyna Sosna-Pinelle and Claudia Peretti, the Italian champion. Another, strong day. These teams are all riding themselves well into this race now, well settled, and getting the feel of it, which is great to see.
Yeah, it seems like everyone found their rhythm. Everyone is used to the pain by now, I would say, even knowing that there's a couple of more stages coming, but you also can see the light by the end of the tunnel by now. There's 3 more stages to go. Every day is tough, very tough. A couple of big stages still to come, so recovery is one of the keys now.
Absolutely, recovery key. Let's go to the finish, and Max is with the 3rd place team.
All right, it's our African jerseys on the finish, and as you can see, they are standing, which means today was a lot cooler, Bianca.
Not really, no. I suffered a lot today. I was told it was an easier day, but it definitely wasn't easier for me at least. Haley was power the whole way. Must I give you this rundown of today? Okay, so we lost contact quite early in the single track, and then we were with 4th and 5th, lots of tussling there, and then we managed to get away and felt pretty powerful, and then saw the chopper. So it was quite exciting for us. I don't know how exciting it is to watch on TV, but it's exciting for us. And then Haley said to me, she's like, do you want to just control 3rd, or like, should we really try and catch him? I'm like, we're here to race, man.
We're here to race, man. So what did you do then?
I mean, yeah, we just kept going like we've been racing. It's not like we ease up at any time. So, yeah, we pushed on, and we could see Vera and Alexis, and I was trying to take timed gaps, and maybe we like took 10 seconds on them, and then it kind of stayed equal the whole way.
So 27 minutes on the GC, losing just over 4 minutes, I think, on the lead today, and just 2 minutes or so on Alexis and Vera. Are those raindrops?
Yeah.
How exciting.
Yeah, it was much cooler today. Much nicer.
Tell us about GC now, obviously consolidating that All-African jersey, but 3rd place on the GC again. So today, tick boxes for sure.
Yeah, it gives us confidence that we did it again today, but I think we took another couple of minutes on 4th, which is cool because it gives us a bigger gap. Anything can happen. Still 3 more stages to go.
Bianca, we've been told your Zulu is as good as your dad's. Have you got any message to the people back home on the farm?
Ngiyabonga. There's a Shatagay weekend, so I hope they sebanzring kakulu.
Yeah, all right, good luck, well done.
Yeah, they farm down in KwaZulu-Natal, a big dairy farm in Kopo, where well, that family run one of the biggest 3-day stage races in the world, the Sani to Sea, which has been going for over 20 years. Wonderful, wonderful event, wonderful family. And Bianca does speak some good Zulu. Yes, it's Friday, getting up to Friday. It's a holiday tomorrow, so she hopes they're working hard before the holiday. Annika Langfeld and Sophia Gomez-Viervan, 50 seconds a lead over Vera Loss and Alexis Skada as they came to the finish, 1:29 back. Bianca Horn, Haley Preen, that's how close it was. Today's racing, Cannondale ISB Sport in 4th, and Topara Kenda FSA Women get stronger and stronger as the week progresses. Katarzyna Sosna-Pinelle and Claudia Peretti. Let's reflect back on the women's race today. That race, when you see the start, Samara.
You know, the nerves that you have inside you before the start. You know, you do a bit of a warm up and you finally get to go racing, and you know, straight into good positioning pays off. You know, you want to be near the front, and yeah, the ladies, looks like they put the gas on pretty quickly and slid up the field and into the, you know, the first climb of the day. There were already gaps forming into that single track.
Yeah, it was the Alexis Skada-Vera Lossa combination who put the hammer down early to try and put some pressure on the orange jerseys, who rode their own race today, 14 minutes in hand when they started the day, so under no real pressure as long as they kept them within sight there. what they did up there, steep climbs, as you heard. It just kept going up once the flat sections had been completed. And they caught up to them, did the orange jerseys, the race leaders. Every effort up those steep climbs on the rocks and then into some more beautiful single track. So this is the leaders then. So the split was not yet there, but Skada and Lorsa on the front, and Annika and Sophia just holding firm, and the smile as well belies the toughness of the climb. Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen in second place there. Onto the tar road, the Taal monument up front was the target perhaps in the distance. This is where the key moment of the day happened. Alexis Skada had gone and surged ahead and left Vera Lossa behind, and you might have heard Sophia saying, well, we saw that happen, and we then rode ourselves back up onto Alexis Skada and away, and that pretty much was the race.
The Specialized team have been playing it really conservative day after day, and exactly when they see their moment, they take it head on and they go from there all the way to the finish. That's what they did today. The gap never closed, and the first, second and third held a consistent gap more or less from here. The Honeycomb team are flying as well in third place. They're working really well together. All of the teams, the top teams, are working really well together and just riding their consistent pace, which is so close to each other.
As you heard Vera say, this is no tea party. They're all here to race, and Bianca and Hayley as well. Yes, come on, let's race. And so they were chasing. This is Skada leading Vera Lossa, who perhaps of all the days so far this week was perhaps finding it today tougher than the others.
Yeah, and once they heard each other how they were going, they communicated quickly, and then they just found their own pace. And they said they benefited from that as well. Towards the end, they were finishing really strong.
Onto the pump track where they could see each other there, and Hayley Preen also there looking across to try and catch a glimpse of their closest rivals as they hunted them down. Ever the competitors chasing as hard as they could to make contact. Likewise, Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada, but up the road, the orange jerseys were not going to let another stage winning opportunity slip by, and they swung in towards the finish. Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viefan to put the lid on another superb day's racing. Absolutely perfectly executed by Toyota Specialized. 5 wins out of 5 at this year's race as they consolidate their overall lead by winning on stage 4 here at Fairview. Brilliant performance, considering that Anneke Langveld had a very heavy fall on stage number 3. No problems with that. The recovery has been very strong. And less than a minute behind them, here came Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada of Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, the American champion, and the Namibian finishing off a good job done. And broad smiles again from the all South African pair, the Absa African jersey leaders, Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen in third. So that's how the elite categories raced it out today here at Fairview. We've had 2 days in Paarl on these trails. They've explored a large portion of them in very different conditions each day. Thankfully not hot today, but as Max Kleur and Hayley observed there, a bit of rain has already started here, which is not a bad thing.
Very welcomed by the riders, no doubt.
Dust will be settled. So wherever you are in the world, why not download the Epic Series app. Not only will you find out everything about Samara Shepherd in there, but you'll also find out how many races you can race in the Epic Series, and there's so many around the country. Our mixed leaders crossing the line. That is a brilliant ride as they cruise into the finish. So just a reminder that the Epic Series app is available. Just download it on your preferred app store, and keep an eye on the Epic Series of events around the world. Obviously there's this event, which is the pinnacle event. There's the Andorra Pyrenees Epic, the Spa Swiss Epic, the 4 Islands in Croatia, which is just about a month away, quite soon, and of course the Wines to Wales end of the year trilogy of events there. Get involved and get entered. Enter this. I know Benno's putting his hand on that enter button very soon. His wife is enjoying it so much and doing so well here. Benno's going to do it in the mix next year. The lottery is open. Get your entry into the lottery and come and ride again? Will we? It's difficult to ask. I mean, it's not fair to ask you. Will we see you back here again next year? There's a lot to happen between now and then. But I hope we do.
I would love to come back. Yeah, of course. It's such an amazing event to be part of. It's very special, and it's a great motivation over the summer as well. And if I get the opportunity, I couldn't say no.
Absolutely, you want to be part of it. So there's a look at the GC after stage 4 in the various categories. This is the open men, the amateurs, and Honeycomb 226s are back in the frame on the podium. They've had a fighting race, but the race being led by Lucas Koller and Marcus Nicolai. However, there's been a change in that because there was another German team who was second overall at the start of the day. I don't see their names there, so Manuel Paschnat and Stefan Spielmann are in second place. GC in the open men, the NTT Data Masters 40 to 50 plus. This is Pavel Gonda, Tobias Luthi, Craig Urian, Charles McFall. Well, they're fighting hard. And Carl Platt and Kalle Freiberg 12 minutes down. They've had a bit of a yo-yo race of Carl and Kalle in this one, the Bulls Masters legends. GIC Craig and Charlie. Craig's a former winner here. Charles very strong from down here in the Western Cape. And the heat is on, as you heard. Pavel Gonda having struggles with stomach issues today and a fall. So they are under a bit of pressure in the NTT Data Masters category. The Absa African men, or Marco and Tristan, in third overall. Mark Pritson and Wessel Boerte, who wore the first Absa African jersey after a brilliant third place finish in the prologue. Now 9 minutes and 41 seconds down, and Insect Sciences, Ardo de Troy and Keegan Bontekoning some way off the pace, but hanging in there and racing for every second they can gain on their rivals. But good competition and good performances by the all-African teams here at this year's Absa Cape Epic. Categories still some of those coming in, so they'll be settled as the day progresses here. And what a day it is for all those riders. Halfway stage, it's a big day today because you now can look, okay, there are now only 3 days left.
Absolutely, you're over the hill now. It's your morning routine is dialed, your material is dialed, you know your bike, you know this style of trails, and you know your partner well, and so yeah, smooth sailing to the finish. There's still it's still hard. Your legs start to fall off a little bit every day, but yeah, I think the team spirit keeps you going. So it's it's exciting, and looking forward to 3 more really exciting close days of racing.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to wish the race away, but it's a tough journey. And when you look up at the top of the mountain, it's a long way to go. But you get halfway, and then we can get there. We can do this. We can eat it, finish it like eating an elephant. So, Benno, what's happening tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow it's our Queen and King stage coming up tomorrow, the longest out of all. It is the one with the 5 chain rings on the side. That means that it will be the toughest out of all. We also moving again. We're going from Fairview to Lawrencewood Wine Estate. It is almost 100 kilometers tomorrow. It's 89 kilometers, 2,850 meters of climbing. This is going to be a very long stage, very tough stage for everyone. Also, the weather prediction is going to be very different than yesterday. Even today, it's going to be rainy from the start in the morning. And it's going to be one of those stages that everyone is probably a little bit nervous about.
Yeah, there'll be some trails they'll be familiar with from last year as they head through the Islands Valley up to the Doctor and the Stellenbosch area, and then through Eden, and then up and over the neck and into the bowl there.
Probably the steepest climb out of all. That is a very tricky climb. I remember when we were here with Haley and Sophia, I think that was the last time. Oh, there's a very, very special team coming through now. Highline Cherise. Just finishing, big smile on the face. That's always a good sign. Always nervous when you look at the times and you don't see your wife and team on the sheet yet, but they were good today, very good today, finishing in 10th place again. Well done.
Oh, we can close the show now because we can all go home.
I need to go.
Wonderful. Benno's wife, Cherise, finishing with Isla Stowe there in 10th place. And the broader smiles we haven't seen throughout this race. It's so cool to see.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of happy teams when you're crossing the finish line. You know, that positive energy really keeps you consistent effort. It really, you know, makes the days go much faster and much more enjoyable, and you can find so much more power in yourself with that positivity. So, yeah, it's cool to see a lot of people out there enjoying the challenge.
Yeah, the different goals people also have. Yes, everyone wants to win a stage or do well in the GC or whatever, but sometimes it's just finishing the stage with a smile, you know, like that you have enough fitness that you can actually enjoy the riding with your partner and suck in the environment around you. I think that's also beautiful to see from a lot of those amateur teams.
Well, I can tell you that the race is a long way from finishing here. Not just the 8 days, but of course this stage, because we've now got 124 teams who've crossed the line now. Preso Msundi, the Zimbabwean champion, gets in now alongside his partner. 124 teams. We had 750 started. Yes, I think quite a few didn't start today, but that tells you that there are still hundreds of riders out there making their way to the finish here. We wish them all the strength as they get to the finish today and complete this journey on stage 4. Samara, thanks so much for coming to join us here.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Wonderful.
Been great to see from the side.
You've got to go home and have surgery.
Yes, yeah, unfortunately crashing and breaking my hand yesterday. There's a little complication with the bone into the joint, so it needs to go and get it fixed up. And yeah, there's normally no better place to get healed than at home. So
and reset your goals and ambitions for the year.
Absolutely, yeah. It's thrown a bit of a spanner in things for the season. With my next race was going to be in America in 3 weeks' time, so can't imagine that happening now with the plate going in the hand. So. Yeah, it's hard. But as part of being an athlete, you have to, you know, reassess and you know, it's still a long year. There's plenty of fantastic races throughout the year to focus on and challenge. So yeah, we'll go home and get this sorted and make a plan.
Well done, wonderful. Your disposition around handling this has been amazing. Thank you very much indeed for sharing your experiences and your insight into this wonderful event here. And as I said, we know we'll see you back here.
I'll be back.
That's good news. Good news. There is the finish area. So actually, we're just we're awaiting the podium presentation for our women's UCI RMX category. They'll be making their way towards that podium very, very shortly, and we'll bring you those. So we were just we were touching on it tomorrow, the Queen stage. I mean, it is backloaded, this race, some very heavy stages tomorrow. 5 chain rings, it's a really tough challenge.
Yeah, the neck looks absolutely brutal, but I think a lot of the riders will enjoy the trails around Stellenbosch. They'll be really familiar to a lot of people. You know, there's been cross-country World Cup races there. The Cape Epic's been there many years, so yeah, having a large section of the stage that is familiar to most people that have done the Epic before, or at least been around here, you know, it'll help make the time go by.
Get to Marathi. It's a holiday tomorrow. Get to the Marathi Wine Farm. There's a water point there. It's a wonderful place to watch the riders. There's some spectacular trails to ride there as well. Watch these men and women, the best and the amateurs, ride it through there whilst you enjoy some wine, watching the riders come through there. And, make your way to Dornier if you want to watch the riders come through the third water point. Also another wonderful wine estate. And in the middle, the old Helshoofter Pass is a long tar road drag, old pass next to the Iders Valley Dam. And they'll ride some of those trails and get up to the top of the old Helshoofter Pass, and then all the way to the top, and the Doctor, which is the Toyota Tough section. You ride that last year?
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah.
That's a really fun one.
Yeah. So
just remember the first corner is actually a switchback. I
Yes.
missed it the last time.
Oh, did you miss
Went
it?
straight into the trees, trying to get away from the others. So don't get over yourself sometimes.
and hopefully they'll have some rain. It'll be a bit more forgiving. Up onto the third step again. Delight and smiles from Bianca Hall and Hayley Preen in the colours of Titan SE Honeycomb, and in the team jerseys now. And then alongside them, Namibia's Vera Losa and the United States champion Alexis Scarder in second place for Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM. And a not unfamiliar step for this pair. Top step once again for the fourth stage, fifth day in a row for Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viervan. They are the stage winners once again. What a ride by these champions. 6 Absa Cape Epic victories behind them. If you bear in mind, there have only been 20. I say only been 20. I mean, they've won a lot of them.
Absolutely, they've had a large presence there at specialised teams over the years.
Did you ride the World Cup that was here in 2018 in Stellenbosch?
Yes, I travelled it over here and I started it, but unfortunately I had food poisoning 2 days before, so I was still on the toilet when I should have been warming up.
Oh. Well, thank you for coming back again, and we do apologise for you having to leave with your arm in a cast. Here we go, top step again in the overall. Sophia and Anneke about to step up as the leaders in the RMX women's elite category. The orange jerseys secure on the shoulders of Toyota Specialized once again. What a combination they are proving to be. The Argentine Sophia Gomez-Viervan, although pretty much at home in the United States nowadays, they get the mascot and the bouquet and smiles around of the winners again. How can anyone stop them? Well, the only way you'll find out is staying with us for the next 3 days as we make our way over those mountains. We'll go to the right of Simonsberg, which is the first big mountain you see in front of you here, and then through the Marathi trails and Ida's Valley and up and down, and eventually it seems like about 500 kilometers away, but it's not really, but it's close to 100 kilometers away as Lawrenceford, which is where we will be finishing it tomorrow. It's a transition day on the Absa Cape Epic, and all sorts of things can happen on those days. We're expecting some rain here as well, which will just add to the dynamic, the rich tapestry of dynamics that can unfold and should unfold and will at the Absa Cape Epic. Samara, thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Travel safely.
Thank you.
Benno.
Thank you very much once again. There was an exciting race, the men's race again, the sprint finish, the tactics that were playing out, and then, yeah, team specialized in the female field, they were just very strong, but the others are not far off, and everyone wants to go for a stage win. So let's see what tomorrow has to offer.
Been another great day here at the 21st Absa Cape Epic. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We'll bring you more tomorrow. You know where to find us. Come and join us.
Chances.
It's a Cape Epic, it's like it can go so wrong.
It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year cards are freshly shuffled and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.